The night was cool, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Inside a palace on top of a mountain, Princess Lan Xun of Star Soul Palace put her hands together and prayed to the moon in the sky reverently. She was praying for her father's safe return. She would stand there for 2 or 3 hours almost every night, hoping that her sincerity would touch the world's will and it would provide sufficient protection to her father in return. The world seemed to have heard her prayer that night as the moon that hung in the sky suddenly became brighter. The soft moonlight shone down on the land, spreading over her body. It felt like the large hands of her father when he used to pat her on the head as a child. It gave her a warm and comforting feeling. She was taken aback for a moment, thinking that she was hallucinating. However, a careful observation revealed that the moon in the sky was indeed much brighter than before. Furthermore, the brightness continued to increase as time passed, soon making the whole world as bright as day. At the same time, all the living creatures across the entire star boundary looked up. They were looking at the moon in the sky that had become as bright as the sun. The sparse stars seemed dim and dull because of the moon's brightness. Lan Xun's complexion suddenly became slightly pale. An inexplicable sense of fear surged up in her heart, causing her to feel terribly distraught. All of a sudden, the brightness that was as radiant as the sun burst into dazzling points of light. The wisps of light lasted for approximately an incense stick of time. Just like how the moon had burst into light without warning, it went out just as suddenly. It was as though it had burned out its last brilliance, becoming dim as if covered by a layer of black gauze. Several meteors shot across the sky. Soon, the scattered meteors turned into a meteor shower that rained down from above. What followed was a sense of sorrow that permeated the star boundary. The world seemed to be crying. The moon was its eyes and the meteor shower was the flowing tears. Dang, dang, dang. Heavy and melodious bells tolled throughout Star Soul Palace, 9 consecutive times, and when the last bell stopped, Lan Xun collapsed to the ground limply. "Your Highness!" a maidservant exclaimed and hurried over. "Oh!" Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor, Chu Tianji, and Martial Beast Great Emperor, Mo Huang, sat opposite each other in Heaven's Spying Valley. They each held black and white chess pieces, playing against each other. Mo Huang casually placed a piece down. Without raising his eyes, he calmly asked, "What's making you so restless?" During the game, he could clearly feel that his old friend was being absent-minded. Although the other party had covered it up very well, they were both great emperors, so how could Mo Huang fail to see it? Chu Tianji didn't place his piece down for a long time and remained silent. All of a sudden, Mo Huang felt shock going through his heart. He lifted his gaze to look at Chu Tianji and saw that he was also looking at him. Chu Tianji sighed. The white piece in his hand quietly landed on the chessboard and rolled a few times. He looked up at the sky with a trace of sorrow that could not be concealed on his face. In the end, it came down to this anyway. Mo Huang's expression turned extremely grim. "That feeling just now, it wasn't a mistake?" Chu Tianji gave a wry smile. "Neither you nor I felt it wrongly. Mingyu has fallen." Mo Huang asked, "Didn't you say that he had a chance of survival?" Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. "No matter how many plans we make, the heavens are the ones who decide our fate. Who can be certain about something happening in the demon realm? Perhaps only Yang Boy will know what really transpired there." "Is Yang Boy in danger?" "He is in the demon realm. How can he not be in danger?" Seeing that Mo Huang's expression was rather ugly, he continued, "This misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. We can only watch how things turn out in the future. There's no point in worrying now. That's just... damn it." Mo Huang held back for a long time, but eventually cursed out loud. His expression was grim. "Don't you claim to have insight into the past and the future? How could you not predict the events of today?" Chu Tianji smiled bitterly. "If I had such powers, the two worlds' passage would not have opened in the first place. But there is a silver lining in all of this. Bright Moon might be gone, but it would seem that he made contact with Yang Boy." Mo Huang was taken aback for a moment before understanding the meaning behind Chu Tianji's words. The fall of a great emperor had caused a kind of heavenly manifestation, but the world's capacity had not decreased. There was no sign that the world's will had been stolen. That could only mean that Bright Moon had passed on the most important thing to Yang Kai before dying. Otherwise, the world would not have only shown a small anomaly. There would have been many natural and man-made disasters raging at this moment otherwise. After remaining silent for a long time, Mo Huang sighed and said, "We can only watch how things turn out in the future, but one of us clearly won't have such patience." Chu Tianji nodded lightly. What does it matter if he collects some interest first? The two worlds' battlefield had been raging for several years now, and the demon race had almost finished conquering the entire Western territory thanks to their overwhelming numerical advantage. The Star Boundaries coalition forces had retreated again and were now all but expelled from the Western territory. If they retreated another few more thousand kilometers, they would enter the Southern territory. Once they crossed that line, it would mean that nearly a quarter of Star Boundaries territory had been conquered. That was something the humans of the world could not and would not accept. Above the wilderness, tens of millions of lives from both the human race and the demon race were fighting desperately. Lives were lost every moment, and although the humans were resisting with everything they had, the demon race had an absolute advantage in terms of momentum. The latter had an endless army that arrived continuously to refill their ranks, caring nothing for the losses they suffered. Therefore, the human race was steadily forced to retreat again and again. Even though Li Wuyi, who dominated the battlefield, was extraordinarily powerful, there was nothing he alone could do about the situation. He was single-handedly fighting 3 demon race half-saints at that very moment, and though his mastery of the Tao of Space guaranteed that his life was not in danger, it was difficult for him to do anything else but buy time. Watching the demon race army approaching aggressively, Li Wuyi looked sorrowful. After today's battle, the Western territory would have fallen completely. Despite knowing that such results were ultimately not his fault, he inevitably held a sense of self-blame as the supreme commander of the human forces. Just as the human army was about to retreat to the area bordering between the Southern Territory and the Western Territory, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth from the rear. The speed with which that aura approached was extraordinarily fast. Li Wuyi had only just noticed it before a fleeting figure flashed by him out of the corner of his eyes. That figure was wrapped in an icy chill. Immediately after that, one of the 3 demon race half-saints that Li Wuyi had been fighting froze in place. Li Wuyi looked in that direction and saw that that particular half-saint had a great hand strangling his neck. Despite being a mighty half-saint, this demon was currently being held up like a helpless chicken with no ability to fight back at all. Looking at the brave and heroic back of the figure responsible for this sudden disturbance, Li Wuyi called out in shock, "Senior Ironblood." He was puzzled. Why was Ironblood here? The demon saints of the demon realm and the great emperors of the star boundary had come to an agreement a long time ago. Neither side would interfere in this battle, lest the war escalate to mutual annihilation. All this time, both demon saints and great emperors had strictly abided by this accord. None of them had ever appeared on the battlefield. Therefore, Li Wuyi was stunned to see Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, appearing here and attacking a demon race half-saint. Has the war reached the point where the strongest combat powers of both sides have to enter the battlefield themselves? If that was truly the case, then it wasn't a good thing for the star boundary. On the contrary, it was a terrible thing. The star boundary was the battlefield after all. So a confrontation between the great emperors and the demon saints would most likely destroy the entire Western territory. Great Emperor, the half-saint who was being lifted up by the neck by Zhan Wuhen, was becoming flushed. He stared at the steely face in front of him with an incredulous gaze. The murderous intent that washed over him was so intense that it was practically tangible. The hand closing around his neck tightened like a noose, squeezing so hard that bones cracked. Death aura enveloped the half-saint as he cried out in a panic, "You can't kill me!" The demon saints had an agreement with. Iron Blood's expression was dark as he lifted the half-saint up until he was level with his gaze and stared into that person's eyes at close range. He asked coldly, "So what if I kill you?" When the words left his mouth, his emperor chi surged. The great hand squeezed hard, and the demon race half-saint burst like a watermelon that had been hammered open. The half-saint exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not a single bone behind. Li Wuyi couldn't help widening his eyes at the sight. Likewise, the other 2 demon race half-saints looked shocked. He really killed him. Nobody could have imagined that a great emperor would suddenly appear on the battlefield at such a time and kill a demon race half-saint without saying anything. Is he here to renege on the agreement between both sides? Are the great emperors and demon saints really going to leave the sidelines and step onto the battlefield themselves? Without any hesitation, Li Wuyi reached out and grabbed toward the other two half-saints. Space principles fluctuated, and the space around those two suddenly became extremely viscous. The other two half-saints reacted fairly quickly. When they saw their companion being killed, they immediately tried to escape. Unfortunately, Li Wuyi had moved faster than them. During that moment of delay, Iron Blood had already rushed in front of another half-saint. He smashed the half-saint's body into pieces under the horrified stare of the last survivor. Then, without pausing whatsoever, Zhan Wuhen struck towards the third demon half-saint. A single palm strike left the half-saint without a head nor upper body. Only his legs were left hanging in the air. 3 demon race half-saints died in the blink of an eye. Iron Blood didn't stop there, though, as he shifted slightly and rushed into the battlefield. Wherever Iron Blood passed, the demon race fell. It didn't matter whether they were weak disposable pawns or strong demon kings and half-saints. It made no difference, as their defenses were no different than paper in front of the great emperor. Li Wuyi stared at Iron Blood's back in a daze, feeling a very bad premonition in his heart. As a great emperor, it was impossible for Iron Blood to go crazy like this for no reason. It was very likely that something significant had agitated him, and that was why he was acting out like this. Thinking back on the heavenly manifestation from earlier, Li Wuyi felt a sense of sorrow. Nevertheless, as the supreme commander on site, he quickly composed himself and ordered the human army to follow Iron Blood into battle. The sudden interference of a great emperor in the battle resulted in the near annihilation of the demon race army that numbered in the millions. Corpses of the demon race littered the ground across the nearly 10,000 kilometers long front line. The human army pushed forward and barely encountered any form of resistance. All the demons had lost any will to resist and were all desperately retreating towards the Two Worlds passage. It wasn't until 10 days later that Iron Blood returned from the direction of the Two Worlds passage, covered in black blood. Li Wuyi did not know what Iron Blood had done during these 10 days. However, the demon race remained silent for a long time since then. Beginning from the border between the Southern Territory and the Western Territory, not a single member of the demon race could be seen within 200,000 kilometers, and the star boundary successfully reclaimed this land that had previously been occupied. In a mountain valley of Eternal Sky Continent, Li Shiqing woke up from her unconscious state. She glanced around and did not see Xianxia anywhere. On the other hand, many members of the demon race were gathered around the demon mirror that Yu Rumeng had left behind. They were looking into it with anxious expressions. Rubbing her neck, she thought back to what had happened just before she fell unconscious. I vaguely recall being knocked out by Xianxia. That's right. The great emperor is in danger. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, she woke up completely. At that moment, the members of the demon race gathered around the demon mirror suddenly let out a cry of exclamation as if they had witnessed an extremely incredible scene. Feeling suspicious, she walked forward, approached the demon mirror, and looked into it. Just from that single glance, her beautiful eyes widened to the size of saucers and her tender body began trembling. There were 2 figures standing upright in the mirror. Moreover, these 2 figures were being watched from very far away. Even though they were very far away, she could recognize who these 2 figures were. One was Xianxia and the other was Bright Moon Great Emperor. At this moment, one of Xianxia's fists was stuck in Bright Moon Great Emperor's chest. He had blasted a huge hole in the Great Emperor's chest. Blood was spilling out of the corners of the Great Emperor's mouth, and the originally white clothes were completely dyed red with blood. What happened during the period I was unconscious? Why did things end up like this? I can't believe Xianxia killed Bright Moon Great Emperor. This terrifying thought and the shocking image in front of her turned into an endless buzzing in her head. Unable to bear with it, her vision went dark and she fainted once more. Xianxia flipped himself onto Zhue Feng's back, who then carried him towards the nearest territory gate with a loud neigh. His hooves were blazing with golden flames, leaving a burning trail behind him. Countless divine senses were locked onto the pair, and murderous intent extended out toward them. Even though Yang Kai knew that Yu Rumeng was here on Eternal Sky Continent, he didn't feel the slightest sense of security from that knowledge. Yu Rumeng probably could not help him under these circumstances. If he wanted to survive, he had to escape quickly. The further he fled, the better. The best would be if he could pass through the two worlds passage and escape back to the star boundary. The 12 demon saints of the demon realm and even Night Shadow Great Emperor Kenyi were currently gathered here on Eternal Sky Continent. Now was the time when the defense at the passage was weakest. It was also the best chance for him to escape. He faintly regretted not putting Li Shiqing into the small sealed world ahead of time. She would definitely suffer the consequences of his escape. Unfortunately, he couldn't spare the time to worry about her right now. Comparatively speaking, the Great World's will was the top priority. The will that Bright Moon Great Emperor had passed to him could not be lost. Before the hundreds of half-saints surrounding him could recover from their shock, Zhui Feng had already rushed out of the encirclement with Yang Kai on his back. This instantly enraged those half-saints, and they began pursuing Zhui Feng and Yang Kai using various means. However, Zhui Feng's specialty lay in his speed. So how could mere half-saints catch up with him? The distance between both parties had only been rapidly increasing from the beginning. Many of the demon saints were looking extremely gloomy. Only Yu Rumeng showed a mixture of pleasant surprise and worry on her face. Although she had always known that Yang Kai was more receptive to the star boundaries than the half-saints of the demon realm, she never thought of letting him participate in the struggle for it since he was not strong enough. What she had not expected was that Yang Kai would actually become the final winner. Furthermore, it seemed as though Bright Moon Great Emperor had voluntarily given that opportunity to him. Yu Sang, who had been killed by Bright Moon, was nothing in comparison. In any case, Yu Sang had defected over to Xueli, so he was no longer her subordinate. So what if he died? It didn't matter to Yu Rumeng anymore. On the other hand, the fact that Yang Kai received this opportunity was tantamount to taking a giant step toward the Grand Tao in advance. How could she not be elated by that? Meanwhile, her worry stemmed from the fact that this opportunity might not be easy to keep. Sure enough, just as that thought went through her mind, Xueli's furious outburst entered her ears. Bastard! After saying that, he turned into a ray of blood light and sped off in the direction Yang Kai was escaping. It looked like he was going to stop Yang Kai personally. It wasn't just him, though, as the other demon saints were also moving to give pursuit. The half-saints might not be able to catch up with Yang Kai, but that did not mean the demon saints could not. Once these demon saints blocked his path, he would definitely be besieged by those hundreds of half-saints. The final result of that outcome was obvious. Don't you dare! Yu Rumeng was furious, but before she could even move, a burly figure appeared in front of her and raised a hand to block her way. She glared at him with a calm expression and quickly said, "Senior Brother Huang, what do you mean by this?" The person blocking her way was none other than the first demon saint, Huang Wuji. He raised his hand slightly and held his arm out horizontally in front of her. His actions were casual, but it felt like there was an iron wall standing in her way. Even though they were both demon saints, it would not be easy for her to pass through this obstruction. Huang Wuji looked in the direction where the figures were leaving and spoke in an indifferent tone, "Don't interfere in this matter." Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and snarled, "Yang Kai is mine. How can I not intervene in this matter? Besides, we agreed in advance not to interfere in this fight over the opportunity. They will compete between themselves, and no matter what the outcome is, no one is allowed to complain. So why are the others pursuing him right now? Do they think that I, Yu Rumeng, am a pushover?" Huang Wuji just replied lightly, "It's true that we had an agreement before, but the target of the agreement only applies to the half-saints under us. He is a human." While speaking, he turned to look at her. "He is not one of us. How can such an opportunity be handed over to him?" She snapped. "So what if he is a human? He has already betrayed the star boundary. He has already been demonified. He also made a lot of contributions to the demon realm. Why can't he be allowed to receive such an opportunity?" Huang Wuji shook his head in response. "You know what we are worried about. Besides, he is not strong enough. What can he do even if he obtained this opportunity? How long will it take for him to fully grow up? The demon realm has 12 demon saints plus an additional great emperor of the star boundary. In comparison, the star boundary only has 8 great emperors right now. Moreover, one of them, bustling world great emperor, is missing. Xianxia doesn't make a difference in this equation whether he exists or not. What you want is just an increase of the world's capacity. So, why would you need to wait until he grows up? Huang Wuji shook his head slowly. Unless he can truly undergo demon transformation and become a part of the demon race, he will not be allowed to keep that opportunity. Upon hearing those words, her face turned pale. She looked anxiously in the direction Xianxia had escaped, clenching her hands so tightly that her fingernails cut into her palm painfully. Although Xianxia had undergone demonification once in the star boundary and had been overflowing with demon qi at the time, he seemed to have returned to his original state at some point. It would be difficult for him to truly become a member of the demon race. Must he die? Yuru Meng glanced at Huang Wuji with a heartbroken look. If he dies, who will repair and maintain the territory gates? He lowered his gaze. The opportunity is currently in his possession and can only be transferred to somebody else when he dies. Only then will others have the opportunity. As for those territory gates, we can only allow nature to take its course. Yuru Meng closed her eyes in pain. A long while later, she abruptly opened her eyes and the demon qi in her body surged. She struck out at him and shouted, "I really can't stay here and do nothing after all. Pardon my offense, Senior Brother Huang." Huang Wuji held one hand behind his back, and his feet did not move. Even so, his body moved backwards several thousand meters and easily avoided her attack as he calmly stated, "Stop. I have no interest in hurting you." Yuru Meng was so furious that she smiled instead. "Don't even think about touching a hair on his head while I still draw breath." While speaking, she had already drawn close to him. Her beautiful eyes flashed as a strange light suddenly burst out at that moment. It was as though her eyes had transformed into a black hole and were trying to suck him into them. Huang Wuji lowered his gaze and did not meet her eyes. At the same time, he threw a punch, and a huge hole instantly appeared in the already turbulent space, as though a mirror had been shattered to pieces. Yuru Meng let out a soft cry and was swallowed up whole by the void. Huang Wuji didn't feel triumphant at his success though, and instead he frowned and stared at his surroundings. Vague and elusive laughter rang in his ears, and the shattered world was suddenly transformed into a world as beautiful as the heavens. It was enchanting and incomparably realistic. The sense of not wanting to leave rose up in his heart as he stood inside this world, making him extremely unwilling to destroy a single thing around him. Huang Wuji sighed softly, knowing that he had accidentally fallen into her trap. As a demon saint, Yuru Meng was not an easy opponent. Huang Wuji might be known as the first demon saint, but that was only in terms of overall combat strength. He would definitely be the last one standing in a fight to the death. However, each of the 12 demon saints had their own speciality that should never be underestimated. By the time Huang Wuji finally escaped from the constraints of that bizarre world, 30 breaths had passed and Yuru Meng was long gone. It was clear that she had chased after the rest of the demon saints. Be that as it may, he had delayed her long enough. It would be too late for her to help by the time she arrived. After all, the demon saints only needed to catch up with Xianxia and block his way for a moment. Then, the half-saints following behind would rip him to shreds in an instant. Oh! Zhui Feng was practically a flash of lightning as he traveled as swiftly as the wind. As he dashed forward, the half-saints chasing behind them were getting further and further away. Unfortunately, an even stronger divine sense locked onto Xianxia at that moment. The demon saints had begun to move. Xianxia felt extremely sad and indignant. He knew that his guess was right. Yuru Meng was unable to protect him. It was fortunate that he had predicted this early on and immediately rode Zhui Feng to run for his life. Otherwise, he would be nothing more than a corpse by now. He had yet to recover from the shock of Bright Moon's death. After all, he had killed Bright Moon with his own hand. Even if that situation was created by Bright Moon himself, the self-blame Xianxia's heart still left him feeling suffocated and depressed. Zhui Feng's neighing brought him back to the present again. He turned to look in a certain direction and saw a ray of bloodlight approaching him at a terrifying speed. It was going to catch up in less than 10 breaths. It was Xueli. Behind Xueli was probably the feathered demon, Fuyu. With the help of those beating white wings, her speed was only slightly slower than Xueli's. At this critical moment, Yang Kai's life was at stake. He gritted his teeth and pushed his space principles. Holding on to Zhui Feng's back with one hand, Yang Kai tore space before them and the pair leapt forward a few thousand kilometers in an instant. The moment they reappeared, though, Yang Kai coughed up blood. Although Yang Kai had not faced Yusang directly when he used the mountains and rivers bell to trap him, he had still been struck by the heavy backlash. After all, he was only a second-order emperor while Yusang was a half-saint. Even with the mountains and rivers bell, he still had to pay a price just to trap Yusang. Due to the shock he experienced from Bright Moon's death, Yang Kai had not noticed his body condition previously. However, he immediately realized that he was in a terrible condition the moment he used space principles to flee. His emperor chi was severely depleted and his entire body ached. It felt like even his bones had innumerable fractures. In this physical condition, forget fighting, he would definitely die if those half-saints caught up with him. Fortunately, Zhui Feng had come to his rescue in the nick of time. He only managed to put some distance between them and the demon saints with that one instantaneous movement earlier, but the other party had already closed that distance in the blink of an eye and began approaching at an even faster speed. Yang Kai looked back, feeling so depressed that he was about to spit blood. It was his first time being chased by such powerful foes. The feeling that his life was hanging by a thread made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He hurriedly stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, crunched them, and swallowed. Pressing his body close to Zhui Feng's back, he grabbed his mane firmly with both hands. It was clear that even Zhui Feng had noticed the severity of the situation. The muscles all over his body tensed up as his hooves galloped wildly. He spared no effort in fleeing while carrying Yang Kai on his back. His back gradually emitted a layer of crimson blood mist. Scorching white steam blew out from his nostrils, and his speed suddenly increased. Even so, Xueli and Fuyu, who were the first to catch up, closed to just 1,000 kilometers away within 10 breaths. A vicious murderous intent had locked onto Yang Kai from behind, and his expression changed greatly as a result. When he turned back to look, he saw that Fuyu was drawing her bow to shoot arrows at him while still in pursuit. Yang Kai pushed his space principles without any hesitation whatsoever to perform another instantaneous movement with Zhui Feng. Xiao! A stream of light shot through the air and struck the afterimages of Yang Kai and Zhui Feng, causing them to shatter and dissipate. 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai turned Zhui Feng around and fled in a different direction. There was no hope of fleeing in a straight line. Zhui Feng's speed was certainly fast, but he could not outrun a demon saint. If they continued running in the same manner, they would be overtaken before they could even charge through the territory gate. He had to think of some other way if he wanted to escape from Eternal Sky Continent. Fortunately, one door would always open when another closed, and the embodiment had already set off ahead of schedule. Both Xueli and Fuyu, who were chasing after him, were surprised when Yang Kai turned around and changed directions. Nevertheless, the two demon saints did not bother thinking about it. They simply assumed that Yang Kai was so panicked that he was fleeing in any direction. That was exactly what they hoped to see from him. This human brat was as slippery as an eel. He sprinted around in circles with the space principles he was so proficient in, which made him very hard to catch. In addition, things would become more troublesome if he were to pass through a territory gate. Hence, watching him flee in the opposite direction of the territory gate pleased them very much. Xueli's insidious laughter resounded suddenly. Boy! Be good and stop running, and this saint will give you a quick death. Refuse, and this saint will let you have a taste of hell. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to those words and whispered encouragingly in Zhui Feng's ears, Go faster. Go faster. The blood mist coming from Zhui Feng's body continued to dissipate, however, and it was clear he was struggling desperately. Nevertheless, this kind of running did not tire Zhui Feng out. On the contrary, he was riding an emotional high. He let out an excited whinny now and then, appearing extremely thrilled. All those years of living peacefully had nearly made him forget the time when he used to carry Chang Tian into battle. But Yang Kai's appearance had allowed him to experience this exhilarating feeling once more. An hour passed by as this cat-and-mouse hunt confused Xueli, who was gradually becoming more and more frustrated. The thought that he, a demon saint, had spent so much time and effort yet remained unsuccessful at chasing down a mere mid-rank demon king was extremely humiliating. But then again, half the credit of why Yang Kai was so good at running could be attributed to the beast, Zhui Feng. One could run as swiftly as lightning while the other could teleport across long distances. These two factors made it very hard to catch the pair. The half-saints had long since been thrown off the trail and left in the dust. Only the demon saints remained doggedly on Yang Kai's tail. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's situation was worsening with the passage of time. Even though the Eternal Sky continent was not small, there were more than 10 demon saints chasing him. They only needed to coordinate their movements with each other to form an encirclement around him. He was clearly aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. An hour later, Zhui Feng finally came to a stop. Blood mist was steaming from his body, and he blew hot air through its nose repeatedly. His skin had turned crimson red, looking like a scorching hot soldering iron. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who was riding on his back, was very pale. He was panting breathlessly, and blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth with every breath he took. It wasn't that Zhui Feng was too exhausted to continue running, it was just that the demon saints had completed their encirclement and were blocking his path in all directions. Numerous figures appeared in the surrounding area, each of them regarding him with interest or with indifference. Shueli gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "Run. Go on, run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Yang Kai turned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood with a mutinous expression. His cold gaze swept over his surroundings as he studied each of the demon saints' faces carefully, as if to imprint their appearance into his soul. Shueli stretched out a finger and pointed at Yang Kai. "Boy, I'm going to make you beg for death." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Turning his head, he stared at Shueli. "That would depend on whether you have the ability." Shueli was so furious that he laughed, bold words for someone on the verge of death. "Let's see how you bawl your eyes out later." Kubo gave a strange chuckle by the side. "Why are you quarreling with a child? Shueli, are you an idiot? Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do, so would you just shut up?" Shueli abruptly swiveled his head around and glared at Huobo furiously while Huobo glared back without backing down. At that moment, Yang Kai spoke up without warning. "This young master will certainly repay you all 100 times over for the gift you have given me today." As soon as the words left his mouth, many demon saints looked at him suspiciously, but in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. They reached out to grab at Yang Kai in unison. Fu even used her divine sense to lock onto him while with a flick of her bare hands, a stream of light shot out. The weather changed abruptly and the world hummed in response. Yang Kai's figure, however, faded into nothingness at that moment, making all the demon saints grab nothing but air. Fu Yu was the only one who managed to lock her divine sense onto Yang Kai with an arrow, which disappeared along with the shattering of the void. The demon saints were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Yang Kai could escape their clutches from right under their noses even in this situation. Thus, their expressions were absolutely horrendous. The feeling of being made a fool of was extremely unbearable, especially since the one who accomplished this was nothing more than a mid-ranked demon king who was also seriously injured. Their divine senses poured out like a tide, spreading out without limit, but to their surprise, they couldn't find any traces of Yang Kai anywhere. It baffled them greatly. After all, he had used his space technique to teleport many times during the previous chase. Each time he performed the instantaneous movement, he had only teleported by several thousand kilometers at most, so why had he vanished now? More than 10 breaths later, Flame Demon Saint Qi Yan exclaimed with a great change of expression, "He's at the territory gate." At the same time, Yu Ru Meng finally rushed over. She looked around and did not see Yang Kai anywhere. Thus, she couldn't help turning pale. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "What did you do to him?" Bei Liamo chuckled. "Don't worry. That little man of yours escaped." "Escaped?" Yu Ru Meng was stunned. Then, her expression quickly turned grim. "Bullshit. So many of you were chasing him. How could he have escaped? Hurry up and hand him over to me." Bei Liamo scoffed softly. "Can't you sense for yourself whether he has escaped or not? He is right by the territory gate." Seeing that Bei Liamo didn't seem to be lying, Yu Ru Meng pushed her divine sense and probed into the distance. Among the demon saints, her divine sense was actually the strongest. Therefore, It only took her 6 breaths to discover Yang Kai's aura. At that moment, her small mouth fell open slightly. She was utterly astonished and could not understand how he managed to escape in that direction with so many demon saints in pursuit. That location was very far from this place, however, she soon discovered the embodiment's aura nearby and immediately understood what was going on. Bailey Emo observed Yu Rumeng's reaction and chuckled again. "Little sister, your little man sure is incredible. He played all of us for fools. I'm afraid he won't be dying an easy death. How could the demon saints forgive such a great humiliation? They would surely torture Yang Kai severely the moment they got their hands on him." Yu Rumeng looked at them coldly and said, "I will kill whoever dares to harm him. Aren't you going to give chase? Why are you just standing around here doing nothing?" Huang Wuji's figure swept through the air, appearing from a distance, and arriving in the blink of an eye. He turned his head and looked toward a certain location. He is probably heading toward the Two Worlds passage. We cannot let him escape back to the star boundary. In the next instant, a vague aura seemed to flash through the void. Yu Rumeng's expression became extremely somber. She knew that the great emperor of the star boundary, Ken Yi, had made his move. As long as he blocked the Two Worlds passage, Yang Kai would be a turtle hiding in its shell. No matter what kind of amazing abilities he had, he would be captured sooner or later. Bailey Mo laughed softly. "Little sister, Senior Brother Huang is clearly against him. Shouldn't you kill Senior Brother Huang first?" Yu Rumeng gnashed her teeth so hard that it made an audible sound. She glared at Bailey Mo furiously and snarled in her heart, "Bitch! Just you wait, I'll get back at you for this one day." Emokin said, "Senior Brother Huang, the situation has changed. He is going to escape from Eternal Sky Continent. If we want to capture him, we will need to do it ourselves." Huang Wuji replied, "Find him as soon as possible." A sudden idea struck Shueli and he chuckled slightly and said, "But this is not in line with our previous agreement. Can I take it that the brat will belong to whoever catches him first?" The demon saints were not interested in Yang Kai himself. What they were interested in was the star boundaries will that was inside his body. As long as they could capture him, they could transfer that will to one of the half-saints under their command. By doing that, they would most likely gain another demon saint who would become their ally in the future. That was the most attractive point to many of the demon saints. "Good." Huang Wuji nodded. Shueli gave a weird laugh. Then he transformed into a ray of bloody light and sped away, his voice echoing from afar, "He's mine." Immediately after that, the rest of the demon saints followed his example and used various secret techniques to depart. Before Bailey Mo left, she gave Yu Rumeng a provocative look. "Rest assured, little sister, if I find him, I'll be sure to give him a quick death, so you should pray that I get my hands on him." After saying that, she covered her mouth with her hands and tittered as she left. Yu Rumeng wanted to leave too but was stopped by Huang Wuji again. His attitude this time around was much more forceful than before and his expression had become incredibly stern. Looking at his expression, she knew that he was going to be serious now. She only managed to shake him off earlier because she had made a preemptive strike and caught him off guard. Besides, he had not been aiming to delay her for long, however, she would definitely be no match for him if he became serious. 3 days. I will let you go after 3 days. He looked at her calmly. Don't challenge my limits before that time is up. Yu Rumeng said coldly. Do you think he can hold out for 3 days? With so many demon saints chasing Yang Kai, forget 3 days. It would be hard enough for him to survive a single day. His current condition was not looking too good after all. Huang Wuji lowered his gaze. That's not something I need to consider, and it's not something you can stop. I've already made myself very clear. If you insist on making a move, then don't blame me for being impolite with you. Just as Yu Rumeng resolutely decided to burn her bridges and attack, her expression suddenly changed. She turned and looked in the direction of the territory gate as an expression of astonishment instantly appeared on her face. Seeing the strange expression on her face, Huang Wuji couldn't help frowning. He spread out his divine sense and probed in the direction of the territory gate, but before he could investigate the situation, Yu Rumeng simply giggled and said, Good. Senior Brother Huang, I will listen to your wishes out of respect for you. 3 days it is. If you try to stop me after 3 days, then don't blame me for turning against you. While she was speaking, Huang Wuji had already found out about the situation at the territory gate, and he couldn't help raising his brow and clicking his tongue. If he had not gotten a hold of an opportunity he didn't deserve, I would be very reluctant to kill him. His existence is simply too useful to the demon realm. She coldly snorted. Is there any meaning to saying this now? Weren't you the one who sent them after him? He remained silent, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well. Nobody paid any attention to the embodiment when Yang Kai rode on Jue Feng and fled. Thus, the embodiment secretly snuck underground after Yang Kai lured all the half-saints away and quickly headed towards the nearest territory gate. Although Yang Kai later managed to shake those half-saints off his tail, the demon saint's pursuit left him with no way to escape. He was eventually surrounded by them as a result. It was a blessing that the demon saints were unaware of his space beacons, and with them he brought Jue Feng to the embodiment's side in an instant, just 100,000 kilometers away from the territory gate. The arrow that Fuyu shot at the last moment had not affected Yang Kai, as it had simply fallen into the void crack and disappeared. Upon meeting up with the embodiment, Yang Kai placed him back into the small sealed world before he directed Jue Feng towards the territory gate. The territory gate was being guarded by part of the demon race army. However, there were no half-saints among them. All the half-saints had gone to snatch the opportunity, so who would still be in the mood to remain at the territory gate? Therefore, Yang Kai easily broke through the blockade and passed through the territory gate to arrive on the continent neighboring Eternal Sky Continent. Yang Kai did not flee immediately though, and instead turned around and returned to the territory gate, which led to Eternal Sky Continent. Space principles pulsed, and he swiftly sealed the territory gate. Yang Kai had never imagined that the painstaking training he did in 100 Spirits Continent would come in handy now. This act delayed his escape by a bit, but seriously hindered the movements of the demon saints chasing after him in return. If not for this advantage, Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could outrun them if they came rushing at him without any obstruction. The only thing he had to worry about right now was how long the seal on the territory gate could delay those demon saints. It would be an awful joke if they broke the seal in an instant. Nevertheless, he didn't have the time to mull over such worries and just fervently prayed in his heart. It would be enough if the seal could delay them for a few hours. The reason why Yu Rumeng had suddenly agreed to Huang Wuji's request was that she had sensed the anomaly of the territory gate being sealed. She didn't even need to think about it to know that Yang Kai was behind it. He was the only one with that ability in the entire demon realm after all. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little gloomy and frustrated. She didn't even know when he obtained this ability. Not only could he repair and maintain the territory gates, but he could also seal them. Thinking back to what she had discussed with Chang Tian on 100 Spirits Continent though, she had the faint guess that he probably developed this ability while cultivating there. The other demon saints arrived at the place where the territory gate was located an incense stick's worth of time after Yang Kai passed through it. Looking around, they all showed expressions of surprise. Yu Qiu exclaimed in surprise, "Where is the territory gate? Did we go in the wrong direction?" They had obviously come chasing after Yang Kai's traces, so they couldn't have gone in the wrong direction. Besides, there was a demon race army guarding the surrounding area. They were clearly stationed here to guard the territory gate. Shueli frowned as if thinking of something. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the mid-rank demon kings below. Lifting that person up by the collar, he asked, "Where did the territory gate go?" The mid-rank demon king had never seen such a terrifying lineup before. It was very difficult to even see one of the demon saints under normal circumstances. The most powerful existences that he had ever met were the half-saints on his own continent. So many demon saints had appeared all of a sudden. Moreover, one of them was holding him up in front of them. Thus, he nearly fainted from the fright. Pale-faced, the demon king replied in a trembling voice, It was still here just now. But, it suddenly disappeared for some reason." "Damn it!" Shueli yelled and tossed the demon king aside. To think he actually had such an ability, Bone Demon Saint Gumeng rubbed his skeletal chin as two ghostly fires danced in his eye sockets. He seemed to be lost in thought. It was impossible for the territory gate to disappear for no reason, so it was clear that the human brat had done something to conceal it from their sight. Furthermore, the method used was flawless. Even at such a close distance, they, the demon saints, were unable to sense the slightest trace of the territory gate. What should we do now? Stone Demon Saint Mo turned his head and looked around. This was truly humiliating. A group of demon saints were being toyed with by a mere human boy. Xianxia had managed to slip through their clutches once, and now he had successfully obstructed their path. The reputation of the demon saints would be utterly ruined if he really managed to escape from them. Flame Demon Saint Chi Yen coldly snorted. Since it's a seal, I'm sure it can be broken. Let me try. While speaking, he strode forward and came directly to the place where the territory gate was originally located. One of his fists was covered in flames as he threw a punch at the location. The flames exploded and space trembled. A huge crack immediately appeared connected to the empty void. Seeing this, he sneered and his other fist came slamming down with a thunderous force. After several consecutive punches, the space in front of him completely disintegrated like a shattered mirror to reveal a black hole the size of the territory gate. However, what made him speechless was the extremely dangerous aura coming from within the black hole. It was filled with an aura of nothingness and chaos. In addition, probing into it caused their divine sense to be devoured cleanly. Qian couldn't help being a little speechless. Even though he was a demon saint, he did not dare to enter this black hole to investigate the situation inside, as he knew he might never find the exit again if he accidentally lost his way inside. Pondering for a moment, he reached out and grabbed a few demon kings from below. Investigate the situation inside. See if you can find an exit, then come back and report to me. After saying that, he disregarded the reaction of the demon kings and tossed them into the black hole. Those demon kings vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. After standing there and waiting for around a quarter hour, Qi Yen declared with an icy expression, "It looks like the territory gate here has been destroyed. If it had not been destroyed, one of those demon kings would have found the exit and returned to report by now." Since none of those demon kings could be seen, they had probably been struck by a disaster. He did not expect the situation to turn out like this after forcibly breaking the seal Xianxia had placed on the territory gate. This was something Xianxia himself had not been able to foresee. He had formed a conjecture that two possible scenarios would occur if the seal he placed on the territory gate was forcibly broken. The first was that the territory gate would be revealed and returned to normal. The second was that the territory gate would be destroyed along with the seal. Now, it would seem that the second scenario was the correct one. Shueli gave a strange chuckling laugh. There were only two territory gates left on Eternal Sky Continent. This one is destroyed, so if he also placed a seal on the other territory gate, wouldn't that mean we will all be trapped here? That would be quite a terrible joke. As soon as those words rang out, Fuyu turned around without saying a word and quickly rushed towards the only remaining territory gate. Although what Shueli said was a terrifying prospect, they knew that Xianxia had no time to seal the last remaining territory gate. Both territory gates were connected to different continents after all, and having managed to escape, Xianxia would be focused on escaping. He would not have had the time to head to the other continent to seal the second territory gate. Even so, the rest of the demon saints hurriedly followed after Fuyu. Half a day later, many demon saints rushed out of Eternal Sky Continent through the last remaining territory gate, each of them wearing a deeply profound expression on their faces. They all knew that it would be very difficult for them to track down Xianxia's trail again after such a long delay. Fortunately, Ken Yi had already gone to guard the Two Worlds Passage, making it impossible for Xianxia to leave the demon realm. Rashly trying to pass through the Two Worlds Passage would be nothing more than throwing himself into a trap. As long as he didn't leave the demon realm, they would be able to find him one day. Besides, there were not many places that he could hide in this situation. As long as they laid an ambush in certain areas in advance, they might still succeed in catching him. Many demon saints exchanged glances for a bit. Then they scattered and spread out in different directions. They were all heading to where they thought Xianxia was most likely to go. Halfway through the journey, Bailey Mo suddenly stopped in her tracks. She smiled softly, her beautiful eyes twinkling slightly. Then, she turned around and headed in a certain direction. At the same time, Xianxia was rushing through the skies above one of the demon realm's continents. He was holding a map of the demon realm in his hands, trying to figure out his location. At first, he had intended to find a way back to the star boundary as soon as he got out of danger. He wanted to fulfill the great emperor's last wish and bring the star boundaries back. However, a chill ran through his heart for no apparent reason the moment that thought crossed his mind. Realizing that trying to escape this way would be no different from throwing himself into a deadly trap, he gritted his teeth and gave up on the idea after some slight hesitation. If I try to return to the star boundary, I'm sure the demon saints will be expecting me. Besides, there is only one two worlds passage. They only need to fortify that place, and my path will be blocked off completely. Xianxia was certain that there was already a demon saint heading towards the passage by now. Zhui Feng might be fast, but he could not outrun a demon saint. Since he couldn't head toward the two worlds passage, then there were only two other places that he could go. One was Hundred Spirits Continent. Rushing into Hundred Spirits Continent to seek shelter from Chang Tian might be one way, but he did not know if Chang Tian could withstand the pressure of so many demon saints. It was true that Chang Tian looked highly upon Xianxia, but that was because his vitality was nearing its limits and he wanted to train Xianxia as his successor. Unfortunately, he might not be willing to completely fall out with the demon saints and bring chaos to Hundred Spirits Continent as a result just for Xianxia's sake if more than 10 demon saints joined forces to put pressure on him. One of the reasons why Hundred Spirits Continent managed to remain peaceful for so many years was that Chang Tian himself was not to be trifled with. He had enough strength to make the demon saints respect him. The second reason was that none of the demon saints were willing to push Chang Tian into the arms of any one demon saint. That was why Hundred Spirits Continent had managed to survive between the cracks for so long. Be that as it may, a 13th demon saint was related to the interests of the entire demon realm. The many demon saints would certainly be able to reach a consensus on this issue. What's more, it was not really a wise decision to place one's own safety in somebody else's care. Xianxia had not been acquainted with Chang Tian for long and did not really know the latter that well. Therefore, he only entertained that idea for a brief moment before immediately rejecting it. The second option was to head toward Yu Ru Meng's territory. Although what Bailey Mo and Bright Moon said to him previously had caused him to be a little more suspicious and vigilant towards Yu Ru Meng, it was obvious she had done a lot to protect him back on Eternal Sky Continent. He was certain that it would not be a problem if he went to her. The only problem was whether she could actually protect him. After mulling over it, he decided he would neither go to Hundred Spirits Continent nor Yu Ru Meng's territory. Instead, he would search for a continent that had disappeared and hide there. There were many continents that had disappeared in the demon realm, so he only needed to find one and hide there to escape detection. Now that the situation was so tense, it would be best if he could lay low for 3 to 5 years. He could show his face again once the storm died down. It would not be too late for him to find a way back to the star boundary at that time. Upon making up his mind, he hurriedly checked the map in his hand. At the same time, he thought back on all the information on the various continents in the demon realm that he had seen before and confirmed his location a short while later. He also found the nearest continent that had disappeared. It was not too far away. He only needed to pass through 2 territory gates to reach it. He had just put the map away when his expression abruptly turned frosty. He restrained Zhui Feng, who was speeding ahead swiftly. With a loud neigh, Zhui Feng stopped in midair and let out a loud snort. Xianxia's expression turned extremely solemn as he turned his head and looked around his surroundings and called out, "Which divine saint has come? Show yourself since you are already here. Why bother sneaking around?" After saying that, he waited quietly for a short while, but there was no response. Seeing this, Xianxia sneered, "The opportunity to become a great emperor currently lies in me. Holy Venerable, go ahead and make your move if you wish to take it. You can't be afraid of me, right?" There was still no response. He couldn't help frowning in response. Could I have been wrong? That doesn't make sense. At that moment, he had clearly felt himself being watched by somebody hiding in the dark. That feeling had been so obvious that he could not have felt wrongly with his current cultivation and level of perception. The only people who could conceal themselves from him could not be ordinary masters. It was most likely a demon saint, but if that was the case, why not show themselves? He wasn't a demon saint's opponent at his peak, much less in his current condition. Listening to Xianxia murmuring to himself under his breath, Zhui Feng couldn't resist turning back to glance at him. His eyes filled with suspicion, as though he was asking, "Are you stupid? There's nobody nearby." Who are you talking to? At the same time, Xianxia sensed the feeling of being spied on disappearing without a trace. This puzzled him greatly. What is going on? Could it be that I felt it wrongly? It didn't matter which demon saint was spying on him in secret though. Since they were not showing themselves, then it could only mean that they had no intention of attacking him. It seriously did not make any sense. Unable to do anything about it, he once again directed Zhui Feng towards the continent he had decided on previously, while simultaneously stuffing a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, crunching them like candy. After passing through 2 territory gates in succession, his expression darkened as he neared his destination. But it wasn't because of something bad. Rather, it was a good thing. He could feel the qi in his body fluctuating. The bottleneck he had been facing for so many years was slowly loosening. I can't believe I'm showing signs of breaking through at this time. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been worrying about his cultivation that had been stuck in the second-order Emperor realm for such a long time. More so when the war between the 2 worlds broke out. After entering the demon realm, he had always felt that his strength was a little insufficient. He had always been strong in will but weak in strength every time he had to face those half-saints. Thus, he had been wondering when he would finally achieve a breakthrough. Unfortunately, his cultivation had not shown any signs of movement up until now. Why does it have to be now? During such troubled times, when he should be hiding and concealing his presence, who could have thought that he would start showing signs of achieving a breakthrough? Thinking about it for a moment, though, it wasn't that strange. He had received the opportunity from the Great Emperor and the Star Boundaries will. Although his strength had not shown significant improvement, the hidden benefits were slowly beginning to surface. The loosening of his cultivation's bottleneck was most likely related to this. If he had a choice, he would definitely not choose to undergo a breakthrough at this time. He tried to suppress it only to discover that the fluctuating qi was like the rumblings of a volcano. The more he tried to press it down, the more powerful it rebounded. It seemed determined on breaking through the barrier and reaching for the skies, which made him feel extremely speechless. The destination he decided on previously was no longer viable. The continents that had disappeared might be extremely safe places to hide, but the world principles in those continents were shattered beyond repair. They were not suitable for breakthroughs. On the other hand, the small sealed world was an excellent place to go. The world principles in the current small sealed world were complete. Combined with its abundant world energy, it was enough to meet his breakthrough requirements. More importantly, nobody would notice regardless of how much of a commotion he caused if he underwent a breakthrough inside. Just as this idea struck him, though, Xianxia had a vague and uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It felt as though he would definitely miss out on something important if he had his breakthrough in Sealed World Bead. Moreover, it was something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Without any further hesitation, he immediately turned Zhui Feng around and headed towards Cloud Shadow Continent. He did not choose to undergo his breakthrough in the small sealed world. One of the reasons was the unease he felt in his heart. The other reason was due to the lack of security. If he entered the small seal world, then the sealed world bead would be exposed to the world. It didn't matter how well he concealed himself. He could not guarantee that the sealed world bead would not be found with so many demon saints of the demon realm searching for him. The divine sense of the demon saints was outrageously powerful. It was not impossible for them to notice a bead that was obviously rather unusual if they carried out a thorough search. If any of the demon saints discovered the sealed world bead, he would truly become a turtle hiding in his own shell. On the other hand, the embodiment was the master of Cloud Shadow Continent. Choosing to break through there could greatly benefit him. At the very least, the embodiment could cover up the commotion of his breakthrough to the greatest extent. Furthermore, Cloud Shadow Continent was part of Yu Rumeng's territory, so if any troubles were to arise, she would surely come to his aid as soon as possible. Having come to a decision, Xianxia stopped thinking about it. He rode on Zhui Feng's back, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. With his breakthrough so imminent, he had to maintain himself in his best condition. Otherwise, his cultivation path would be cut off if his breakthrough failed. This was not something that could be taken lightly. The injuries he suffered were not caused by others. They were caused by the backlash of the mountains and rivers Bell from the time when he teamed up with the embodiment to deal with Yusang. They could not be considered serious, but could also not be considered light. Those injuries were recovering quickly with the help of the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills he took, and he could vaguely sense that he would almost be fully healed by the time he arrived on Cloud Shadow Continent. Yang Kai passed through Territory Gate after Territory Gate until half a day later. Trouble came just as he was about to reach the next gate. Looking from afar, he could see that many members of the demon race were forming a blockade around the Territory Gate and performing a strict check on each person that passed through. Yang Kai watched with his own eyes as a passing member of the demon race even had their space ring taken from them for investigation. This situation darkened Yang Kai's expression. He knew that he must be the cause of this. He probably did not encounter such a situation previously because news had not spread out yet. The entire demon realm was probably taking strict precautions right now. He quietly scanned the surroundings and was relieved to see that there were no half-saints guarding this place. Although there were several demon kings, they were no match for him if he really wanted to force his way through. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not want to reveal his current whereabouts. On the other hand, it didn't make sense to change his course either. After pondering for a while, he placed Jue Feng into the sealed world bead and flew out alone. He wandered around for a while and quickly came across a lone member of the demon race. This man was a low-rank demon king. When he saw Yang Kai blocking his road, he opened his mouth and let out a cold laugh. But the only reply he received was Yang Kai's aggressive attacks. It only took 3 punches and 2 kicks for Yang Kai to beat the low-rank demon king into the ground. After that, he didn't waste any time, reaching out to grab the latter's head. Divine sense overflowed like a tide, tearing through the low-rank demon king's knowledge sea defenses and forcefully extracting the other party's soul brand. The low-rank demon king had not recovered from his shock even after Yang Kai released him. However, his expression changed drastically the moment Yang Kai's divine sense moved and he glanced up at Yang Kai aggressively. "Who are you and what do you want?" Having his soul brand taken from his knowledge sea meant that his life was no longer his to control. That was not something anybody could accept. Even so, he was no fool. He knew that Yang Kai must have done it for a reason. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, took out the sealed world bead, and said lightly, "Swallow this bead and pass through the territory gate over there." The demon king frowned at those words. "What do you mean? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Otherwise, your life will be at risk." Yang Kai coldly snorted and tossed the sealed world bead over. By the time the demon king caught the sealed world bead and looked up again, he discovered that there was nobody standing in front of him. He couldn't help feeling a little suspicious. If not for the stolen soul brand and the bead in his hand, he would have thought that what happened just now was nothing more than a hallucination. Looking around his surroundings, he tried to search for a trace of the man from before. Then an unbearable pain appeared in his mind. It felt like his soul itself was going to be torn apart. He was secretly surprised and realized that the man from before must be watching his movements from somewhere despite hiding in the shadows. That man was capable of killing him anytime and anywhere. The pain just now was definitely a warning. What did he ask me to do just now? Oh right. Swallow the bead and pass through the territory gate. He looked at the sealed world bead in his hand, feeling overwhelmed with sorrow and anxiety. This thing doesn't look that special. I don't even know whether it's poisonous. The sadness and anger in his heart could not be more pronounced. Misfortune had struck him out of nowhere, even though he had not provoked nor upset anybody. How could he make sense of things? Unfortunately, he had his soul brand taken. Even if this bead really turned out to be poisonous, he had to swallow it. Thus, he swallowed the sealed world bead into his belly and headed towards the territory gate with a sullen expression. He could not go. There was a sliver of divine sense locked onto his soul in his knowledge sea. He could be killed at any moment. A short while later, he arrived near the territory gate. He raised his head and saw that it was very heavily guarded. The territory gate was tightly surrounded by a platoon of the demons, and the aura of many demon kings seeped out from among them as they did a strict check on any traveler. Only then did he understand why that person had asked him to pass through the territory gate. He must have committed a crime. But what crime did he commit that would warrant so many powerful figures hunting him down? If not for the dangerous element in his knowledge sea that could extinguish his soul at any time, he would have happily reported the incident to the army. Unfortunately, he dared not act rashly with that sliver of divine sense locked onto his soul. He thought to himself, "Everything will be over as long as I pass through that territory gate. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be able to find me again. After all, he couldn't possibly pass through the territory gate in secret with such a heavy guard around it, right? If he had the kind of ability, he would not have forced me into doing this." He flew towards the territory gate in trepidation and was immediately stopped by a demon general who asked coldly, "Stop. Where are you from and where are you going?" The demon king squeezed out a smile, cupped his fist, and answered these questions carefully without lying. The demon general glanced at the demon king. Then he reached out a hand and unfurled a picture scroll in front of the latter. "Have you seen this man?" Looking at the picture scroll, the demon king's eyelids twitched slightly. The portrait depicted on the picture scroll was none other than that person he encountered just now. As I thought, he must have committed a crime after all. Still, he quickly shook his head in response. No, the demon general put away the picture scroll and said lightly, "If you see this person, report it to us immediately. Once the information has been confirmed to be accurate, you will receive a reward of 100 myriad demon pills. The reward is 500 myriad demon pills if you can capture him. 100 myriad demon pills." Upon hearing this, the demon king couldn't help letting out a cry of surprise as his eyes turned red from greed. He might be a demon king, but he was only a low-ranked demon king. He was unsatisfied with his position on his continent, and although he had heard of myriad demon pills before, he had never seen one himself. If he were to receive 100 myriad demon pills, it would be enough for him to cultivate until he became a high-ranked demon king, and if he could capture that criminal, he would receive 500 myriad demon pills. Just what is this? With so many myriad demon pills, I would never have to worry about my future anymore. Only the demon saints could bring out so many myriad demon pills at once. Even half-saints did not have such capacity. He couldn't help swallowing nervously, nearly blurting out what he knew. Nevertheless, he thought about his life, which was currently hanging by a thread, and decided to keep quiet for now. Myriad demon pills were great, but he needed to be alive to refine them. There was no point in having a myriad demon pill if he was dead. He cautiously asked, "What crime did he commit?" The demon general replied, "He interfered in the Holy Venerable's affairs. Right now, all Holy Venerables are working together to find him. I can't believe it is related to the Holy Venerables. Moreover, it involves all of them." When the thought appeared, the demon king couldn't help feeling a sheen of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He had a vague feeling that he had been dragged into something extremely terrible. He continued forward and went through a series of strict checks. Even his space ring was searched before they allowed him to pass. Then he secretly decided, "The moment I pass through the territory gate, I will immediately report this matter once I confirm my safety. I won't be able to get the reward of 500 myriad demon pills, but 100 myriad demon pills won't hurt, right?" A short while later, he passed through the territory gate and arrived on a different continent. He glanced about him in a furtive manner and spoke through gritted teeth. "I've done what you asked of me. There's nothing else you need from me, right?" The surroundings were silent, and there was no response. Ha 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 ha. I knew he couldn't have possibly crossed the territory gate with me. He was elated. Secretly confirming his location once more, he hurriedly headed in a certain direction, his eyes gleaming with a red light as though he could already see 100 myriad demon pills beckoning at him. At that moment, there was a slight twinge of pain in his knowledge sea, and he staggered and almost fell from the sky. After stabilizing his body, he looked around him as cold sweat dripped down his back. "That's impossible. I'm already on another continent. How can he still know what I am doing? Don't tell me he's somewhere nearby? But that doesn't make sense. If he can sneak past the territory gate without alerting the guards, then why did he need me to do that?" While he was caught up in his swirling thoughts of doubt, the pain in his knowledge sea increased ever so slightly. It frightened him so much that he anxiously shouted, "I didn't expose your whereabouts. If you have something to say, we should talk it out." After the words left his mouth, the pain disappeared. However, a wave of pain struck him again before he could catch his breath. This cycle repeated many times. The Demon King was tortured to the point where he was weak from the pain. He cried out with a mournful expression, "What do you want? Come out and tell me what you want. Stop torturing me like this." Nobody would feel good if they were walking on the edge of life or death all the time. The danger that his soul could be extinguished at any time and anywhere was a huge torture in and of itself. Be that as it may, no matter how much he cried out, that person from before did not respond at all. After a long time, his expression suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and cast a secret technique for him to spit out the bead he had swallowed earlier. There was an expression of uncertainty on his face. The moment he spat out the bead, a figure flashed and appeared in front of him. It was the figure of that person who had tortured him so badly just now. At this moment, Xianxia had a cold expression on his face and he snorted softly. "I was wondering if you would ever figure it out. If this guy didn't spit out the sealed world bead soon, my only option would have been to break out through his body. That would have killed him." While saying that, he retrieved the sealed world bead. The Demon King stared at Xianxia, then stared at the sealed world bead, stammering, Why you?" Xianxia sternly said, "Don't stick your nose into my business. I need to go to Cloud Shadow Continent. Seeing as your performance was fairly lackluster, you will lead me there." The Demon King secretly wailed in his heart upon hearing those words. It was just that he was under the other party's control, so he had no choice but to lower his head in acquiescence. The vexed feeling in his heart could not get any stronger. Xianxia ignored the Demon King's mood and summoned his tiger head chariot directly, beckoned to the poor soul, and brought him along. He had already decided on the route by the time the Demon King boarded. Afterward, the war chariot turned into a stream of light and sped away with a surge of Emperor Qi. Since they already had the experience of working together once, things were much easier after that. Xianxia would hide himself in the sealed world bead every time they got near a territory gate, then ask the Demon King to swallow the bead and pass through the layers of security to enter the next continent. Once they reached a safe place, Xianxia would come out again and continue the journey on his tiger head chariot. This method might waste a little more time, but it was far safer. Nobody could have imagined that Xianxia would conceal himself inside a bead to pass through the demon race's strict security checks. Yuru Meng might have thought of this, but she would never tell the other demon saints about it. After 4 or 5 days of torturous traveling, Xianxia finally arrived in Yuru Meng's territory. Unlike the territories of the other demon saints, the territory gates on the continents under her jurisdiction were not showing signs of being fortified. This was probably the only undefended zone in all the demon realm today. It made him feel a little relieved. In his eyes, she was different from the other demon saints after all. It took a few more twists and turns before he arrived on Cloud Shadow Continent. "This is Cloud Shadow Continent. Senior Yang, I have fulfilled your request. Can you let me go now?" Upon arriving on Cloud Shadow, Huoluan looked at Xianxia expectantly. Despite knowing that it was a slim chance, he still had to try. They might not be well acquainted with each other, but at the very least, they had gotten to know each other's names after spending a few days together. Xianxia glanced at Huoluan and calmly asked, "Do you think that's possible?" Huoluan paled, took a few steps back, and angrily asked, "Do you have to kill me? This is truly a disaster." I followed along obediently without provoking him or causing any trouble. I can't believe I am facing a life-threatening catastrophe. This is the worst. He secretly vowed to himself. If he is going to kill me, I will definitely take a bite out of his flesh first. Not necessarily. You have been of great help to me. Killing you will make me seem a little ungrateful. Nevertheless, letting you go is impossible. Xianxia laughed softly as he raised the sealed world bead in his hand and said, "You must have guessed the use of this item by now." Huoluan looked at the sealed world bead and nodded helplessly. Over the past few days, Xianxia had entered and exited this bead right in front of him several times, so only a fool would not be able to figure out what the sealed world bead was used for. It was definitely a treasure that could contain living creatures inside. You have a choice: die or be kept inside. Xianxia stared at Huoluan. Huoluan only hesitated for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Is that even a choice?" As he spoke, his whole body relaxed in a posture of resignation. "Wise decision." Xianxia stretched out his hand to grab at Huoluan. Space principles fluctuated as Huoluan vanished into thin air. There were two reasons why Xianxia did not kill Huoluan. One was the reason he mentioned earlier. The other reason was that he wanted to test if the expansion of the sealed world bead was suitable for the viability of the demon race. The world inside the sealed world bead was now composed of three parts. The first part was the original space of the sealed world bead itself. The second part was comprised of the cultivation stars that the sealed world bead had devoured in Grand Desolation star field. And the third part was comprised of the continents that had disappeared in the demon realm. The first two parts had been integrated into one, while the last part was still an independent existence. Those continents that had disappeared had been fragmented and their world principles had shattered. However, they were showing signs of recombining after being devoured by the sealed world bead. The broken world principles seemed to be gradually becoming perfect again. If the demon race could survive or even cultivate in such an environment, it would be of great help to the next part of Xianxia's plan. Thus, Huoluan was sent to the third part, the newly expanded space. After doing that, Xianxia hurriedly released the embodiment. He wanted to break through and advance to the next realm on Cloud Shadow Continent. To do that, he needed the embodiment's help to cover up the commotion his breakthrough would cause, or he would surely be discovered. This was the main reason why he ventured back to Cloud Shadow Continent. His injuries were fully healed after so many days on the run, but the fluctuating qi in his body was getting harder and harder to control. It seemed to have reached the limit. If he had not spent so much effort to suppress it, he might have undergone the breakthrough halfway through their journey. Time waited for no man, and Xianxia was going to undergo his breakthrough right this very moment. However, his expression suddenly turned icy as he turned his head and yelled furiously, "Who's there?" The embodiment, who was about to take Xianxia to a safe place, jumped in fright. He hurriedly spread his divine sense out to investigate the surroundings, but after a while, he turned to look at Xianxia suspiciously, only to see him with a solemn expression on his face, as if he was about to face his greatest enemy. The embodiment was extremely puzzled by the sight, and asked in a quiet voice, "What's wrong?" Xianxia looked very tense as he kept searching around his surroundings and asked, "Didn't you feel anything?" "Nope." The embodiment shook his head. Xianxia glanced at the embodiment in surprise and exclaimed softly, "How is that possible?" Just now, the feeling of being watched had appeared again. It felt as though there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him from somewhere. It was an extremely unsettling feeling. When this feeling first appeared a few days ago, Xianxia had thought one of the demon saints had caught up with him. However, there had been no signs of a demon saint ambushing him afterward, so he couldn't help feeling a little confused by the situation. It wasn't until today, when that feeling appeared again, that he confirmed that this was by no means an illusion. He was really being targeted by somebody, but to his astonishment, the embodiment, the master of Cloud Shadow Continent, had not noticed anything at all. That left Xianxia feeling even more baffled than ever. Have I been too nervous lately? Is that why my perception is playing tricks on me? This is the embodiment's territory after all, so it's impossible for him not to notice anything, even if it was a demon saint hiding nearby. If the embodiment did not have a direct link to his own soul, Xianxia would have suspected him of lying to him. More importantly, there was no need for any of the demon saints to be so cryptic, regardless of which demon saint it was. They had the power to crush everything with their strength, so they only had to step forward to capture him. There was no need to go through all this dawdling. While he was speaking, that feeling disappeared without a trace again. The embodiment asked, "Did you really sense something?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure. I don't know if it was just my imagination." The embodiment fell silent as he did not know what to say in this situation. Xianxia couldn't spare the time to think about it though, with his breakthrough being so imminent. Even if there really was a demon saint hiding nearby, he could not stop them if they wanted to harm him, so he could only do his best against them when that happened. Moreover, higher cultivation would surely give him a higher chance of surviving the encounter. "Let's begin," Xianxia declared in a deep voice, sweeping aside the mess of thoughts swirling in his head. The embodiment nodded. Activating his demon qi, he wrapped Xianxia in it before burrowing into the ground. The pair navigated through the ground where there was neither light nor sound. Xianxia didn't know how long had passed before he felt the pressure around him loosened and the demon qi wrapping him retracted. The embodiment's voice sounded in his ears next. "This is a cave 100 kilometers underground. The commotion from your breakthrough should be suppressed with me standing guard. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and swept his surroundings, taking in the pitch-black darkness that he could still vaguely make out as a large cave. It was dark and damp, and he could vaguely hear the sound of running water. There was probably an underground river flowing nearby. Although the conditions were a little lacking, Yang Kai was not complaining. He immediately took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, batches of high-rank source crystals were thrown out of his space ring. The source crystals turned into dust the moment they left the space ring, and the dense world energy contained within soon flooded the cave, forming a thick mist. All of a sudden, the dark and damp cave was transformed into a cultivation paradise. Yang Kai spared no effort in the preparations for a successful breakthrough to the Third Order Emperor realm. At this time, he couldn't help feeling relieved that he had prepared enough cultivation resources before coming to the demon realm. Otherwise, he would not have had sufficient resources in this accursed place. He wasn't finished yet, though. Reaching into the space ring again, he took out a handful of spirit pills and swallowed them to ensure that he had enough energy to meet his breakthrough requirements. On the martial Dao, every minor realm of the Emperor realm was blocked by a formidable barrier that innumerable talented cultivators failed to break through. That was the case whether it was from the First Order to the Second Order, from the Second Order to the Third Order, or from the Third Order to the Pseudo-Great Emperor realm and eventually Great Emperor realm. How many people had experienced cultivation dissonance at the time of their breakthrough? Likewise, how many people had died or lost their cultivation during the process? In addition, Yang Kai had chosen to undergo his breakthrough in the demon realm. He could not afford to be careless. He immediately quieted his mind once everything was prepared, focusing on himself and clearing all distractions away. Quietly performing a set of hand seals, he released the suppression he had been placing on himself all this time. Immediately afterwards, the fluctuating aura in his body erupted outward. A shudder ran through his body while at the same time, his Emperor Chi rumbled and soared to the sky, only to smash against an invisible barrier. Yang Kai grunted involuntarily as pain spread all over his body. It felt like his entire body was being ripped to pieces, causing him to tremble. His entire body oozed with a layer of sweat from the extreme pain, and his clothes were soon completely drenched. The Emperor Chi in his body that had ballooned to its limits slowly deflated. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was not discouraged by his failure in this attempt. His previous breakthroughs had always gone very smoothly, so he rarely encountered such situations. Even so, who could continue experiencing never-ending success in the martial Dao without running into any trouble whatsoever? Who could keep advancing down a path of great progress without facing some obstacles? Even the great emperors and demon saints suffered countless setbacks when they were younger. The setback Yang Kai experienced today would only serve to lay a solid foundation for tomorrow. The pores on his body relaxed, greedily sucking in the dense world energy in his surroundings into his body. The medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills also began to take effect in his lower abdomen. His Emperor Chi flowed smoothly, his aura recovered, and he tried to break through the bottleneck once again. Muffled grunts rang out in this dark and damp cave without pause in a rhythmic fashion. The spot Yang Kai was sitting was soon soaked in sweat. Every attempt was met with a corresponding failure. Every single time, the pain was excruciating. The flesh on his body was torn apart. His meridians were disconnected, and his pores overflowed with golden blood. At this moment, the embodiment who had been monitoring Yang Kai's progress couldn't help starting to feel worried. It could be said that he had grown up with Yang Kai, but he had never seen him going through such a difficult breakthrough before. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to help. As the master of Cloud Shadow Continent, he could only provide a place that was safe for Yang Kai's breakthrough and suppress the commotion that occurred. The rest was up to Yang Kai himself. It was true that Yang Kai's growth rate was extremely fast compared to others, and this kind of rapid growth was bound to come with some hidden dangers. These hidden dangers were usually undetectable until they burst out at a critical moment, just like what was happening now. After killing this king, do you really feel no guilt? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai's expression instantly became grim. He opened his eyes only to realize with a start that he was no longer in the dark cave. He was standing in the void with a blood sea spreading out around him. Additionally, there was a blood-covered figure standing in front of him with a sneer stretched across the face of a youth. Xianxia's fist had punched right through the youth's chest, shattering his heart and vitality. It was Bright Moon Great Emperor. The pupils of Xianxia's eyes contracted. He immediately reacted as he had on the day of this tragedy, trying to pull his fist out of the youth's chest. But to his shock, Bright Moon grabbed his arm and held on stubbornly. Then, Bright Moon leaned his body forward slightly. The expression on his face at this moment was incredibly hideous. I am a great emperor. I represent the star boundaries will. How dare you kill me? Xianxia's eyes widened to the size of saucers, staring forward with a blank expression. After being stunned for a long time, his expression suddenly sank as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Heart demon!" Bright Moon Great Emperor was dead, his body placed in the medicine garden of the small sealed world. It didn't make sense for him to come out again, much less reproduce the same scene from that ill-fated day. The only explanation was that Xianxia was currently experiencing the outbreak of a heart demon. Xianxia had been running for his life for the past few days, so the guilt and regret of killing a great emperor with his own hands had been repressed in his heart. He had deliberately tried to forget about it, he had deliberately avoided thinking about it, but as a result, repressing his emotions had given birth to a heart demon at this time. In order to enter the demon realm back then, Xianxia had worked together with Ironblood Great Emperor to jointly put on an act in front of Yu Rumeng, making it seem like he was experiencing a cultivation dissonance. He never imagined that he would really be faced with this kind of crisis one day. If he couldn't overcome his heart demon, everything would fall apart. Forget about breaking through to the next realm, it would be a joyous miracle if his cultivation did not regress. In the worst case, he might really suffer from cultivation dissonance, become demonified, and lose himself. A huge sense of crisis fell over him, but as it did, he instead became calmer. Xianxia lowered his gaze, the black hair on his forehead casting a dark shadow over his face. He took a deep breath, looked up, and met Bright Moon's eyes. Of course, I do. You are a great emperor, and yet you died at my hand. Of course, I feel guilty about killing you. Standing opposite Xianxia, Bright Moon broke out into an evil smile. Since you feel guilty, then why do you force yourself like this? Why not accompany this king on his journey to the Yellow Springs? Xianxia grinned. Senior, do you really think that way? Bright Moon's expression turned frosty. You are a sinner of the star boundary. Don't tell me you still want to continue living? Xianxia slowly shook his head and pulled his arm out of Bright Moon's chest. Little by little. Due to Bright Moon's intervention, his actions were extremely slow. I don't believe that I am a sinner of the star boundary. What you said is wrong, Senior. Bright Moon sneered. Not a sinner? Don't tell me you think you are a hero? I can't say that I'm a hero. I killed you after all. But I prevented the star boundaries will from falling into the hands of the demon race. Senior, you chose to die at my hands. If I really have to say it, it doesn't matter how guilty I feel, I was helpless at the time. Rubbish. Bright Moon shouted with a hideous expression. You are proficient in the Tao of space. You could have taken me away long ago. But you didn't want to take any reckless risks nor put yourself in danger. You are the reason I died in the demon realm. You are the star boundary's greatest sinner. Please don't joke, Senior. Xianxia remained calm. Although I am proficient in the Tao of space, I am weak. How could I have taken you away with a demon saint guarding you? Giving up so easily without even trying? You only think of yourself. Bright Moon's accusations became sharper and harsher, targeting the weakest parts of Xianxia's mind. Xianxia couldn't help feeling shaken by those words, and his stable mood nearly became disordered as a result. He had asked himself the same question back when he witnessed Bright Moon's death with his own eyes. Why didn't I rescue Bright Moon earlier? If I had made a move earlier, we might have had a chance of success. At least, I wouldn't have to carry this guilt around for the rest of my life. Watching Xianxia close his eyes in pain, Bright Moon laughed coldly. What else can you say to that? Xianxia slowly opened his eyes again. I have nothing to say. Bright Moon smiled slightly as his body fluttered over to Xianxia's side. In that case, why bother struggling so needlessly? Why don't you simply follow your heart and indulge in unfettered freedom? If the unfettered freedom you mentioned means becoming demonified, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Senior. Xianxia looked at Bright Moon indifferently and sighed softly. Senior. My pain stems from the pain of losing a great emperor of the star boundary, not because I failed to save you. My strength is so lacking, there was no way I could have rescued you." While he was speaking, he finally retracted his hand from Bright Moon's chest. Then he slammed his fist forward again. "Forgive me, Senior." When his fist landed, Bright Moon shattered into pieces. After making up for the apology he didn't have the time to say before Bright Moon died back then, the tension in Yang Kai's heart seemed to have relaxed. He finally made up for the regret he had felt. He had carefully considered the possibilities over the past few days. In particular, whether he could have succeeded in rescuing Bright Moon during their first meeting, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not fathom the slightest possibility of success. The reason he was able to safely exit from the Blood Sea at that time was all thanks to Bright Moon. Xueli, who had been guarding the Blood Sea at the time, would have noticed him immediately if not for Bright Moon's distraction. Therefore, he would certainly be greeted with the fury of a demon saint the moment he placed Bright Moon into the sealed world bead. If that happened, then not only would Bright Moon's condition worsen, but he would also be dragged into the mess. Space beacons were certainly a possibility. He could have left a space beacon near the territory gate in advance, but what good would that have done? Whether it was the 12 Pinnacles Grand Demon Array or the boundless blood sea formed from the blood sacrifice of the entire Eternal Sky Continent, both had the power of sealing space. Thus, Yang Kai could not use his space beacon to perform long-distance instantaneous movement from inside. It should be mentioned that even the embodiment could only use a space beacon to perform an instantaneous movement to come to Yang Kai's side after Yu Sang had allowed him into the Blood Sea. If it wasn't for Yu Sang's oversight in letting the embodiment and Jue Feng into the Blood Sea, Yang Kai would have been utterly powerless against him. For that reason, he was not at the point where he would be overcome by his heart demon, even though he felt guilty over Bright Moon's death. Bright Moon's body dissipated into particles of light, but they soon condensed into another figure. This figure had shapely curves and a trace of holiness in her bewitching face. It was Yu Meng. Yang Kai stared at her in a daze, feeling complicated and wondering to himself, how did Ru Meng turn into my heart demon? Could it be because I have been on guard against her whether consciously or unconsciously? Yang Kai, the star boundary's will is extremely important to the demon realm. Hand it. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Kai had already thrown a punch at her. Even Bright Moon's death had been unable to shake his mind, so what more needed to be said about Yu Meng, who was alive and well? He might have felt distressed and upset over this if the effects of the Heart Seal secret technique had not been transferred away, but the current him did not feel anything about it. Forget a trivial heart demon, even if it had been the actual person in the real world, he would have thrown a punch at her if she had dared to ask that of him. The illusion of Yu Meng shattered and fell apart like the one before it. Yang Kai's body suddenly relaxed as he believed that he had succeeded in his challenge. But to his surprise, the shattered illusion began to condense once more. He stared at it curiously, feeling rather stunned. Who will the illusion turn into this time? Do I have that many heart demons? He did not have many regrets or dissatisfactions in his life. It made sense why Bright Moon and Yu Meng had appeared, but who could the third person be? However, his expression soon changed as he stared at the sight in front of him in amazement. The illusion that formed was not somebody he could ever have imagined. It couldn't even be said to be a person at all. It was a bunch of black shadows that were twisted together to form a humanoid figure. It almost looked like a shadow demon at a glance. Could it be Night Shadow, Great Emperor? His expression turned sullen. That doesn't make sense. Although Night Shadow Great Emperor betrayed the star boundary and landed a fatal blow on Bright Moon, I've basically never interacted with him. Why would he turn into one of my heart demons at a time like this and interfere with my breakthrough? While Yang Kai was reeling from confusion, the black shadow in front of him suddenly let out a sharp, piercing scream. Yang Kai felt a shock to his soul when the scream entered his ears, and after that, the black shadow in front of him turned into a ray of dark light and rushed directly at him. Yang Kai was caught off guard and took the hit full on. Immediately following that, an intense pain struck him. Felt like his knowledge sea was being ripped apart. He could clearly sense that there was a foreign invader now in his knowledge sea. Not daring to take this lightly, he immediately sank his consciousness into his knowledge sea and appeared as his sole avatar. Yang Kai saw the black shadow standing above the churning sea of fire. That black shadow was staring fixedly at the seven-colored island in the middle of the sea. Soul? Warming. Lotus. A vague and hoarse voice came from the black shadow. It sounded like rusted pieces of metal scraping against each other, like the one speaking had not done so in thousands of years. Those 3 words had been forced out with great difficulty, nevertheless it gave off the feeling of extreme excitement. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the black figure. This was not his heart demon. The so-called heart demons were purely mental fabrications that had no tangible substance, obstacles to a cultivator's advancement. It was impossible for a heart demon to become sentient, much less have the ability to speak of its own free will. This thing in front of him was clearly some sort of strange creature. Xianxia didn't even know how it managed to approach him, but he realized that the intense heart demons from earlier were probably caused by it somehow. At this moment, Xianxia recalled his experience of being spied on twice during his journey to Cloud Shadow Continent. Don't tell me, is this guy the one that has been spying on me in secret? Why didn't the embodiment detect him? Isn't he standing guard over me nearby? How could he allow somebody else to invade my knowledge sea without doing anything? Who are you? Xianxia asked with a somber expression. Soul? Warming. Lotus. That black shadow ignored Xianxia. All of its attention was fixed on the supreme treasure as it repeated the same words it uttered just now. Xianxia was very surprised that this person could see the true body of the seven-colored island at a glance. It was not the first time he had his knowledge sea invaded, and it was precisely because of prior experiences that he had transformed the appearance of the soul-warming lotus into a small island. It was a defensive measure to prevent people from learning his secrets. Who could have known that this black shadow would see through the mystery at a glance? That level of perception truly was something. I'll ask you again. Who are you? Xianxia shouted with a grim expression. He had made up his mind. I can't let this guy escape. If the secret of the soul-warming lotus is exposed to the world, the demon saints will spare no effort to hunt me down. The fluctuation of his emotions caused the sea below to become tumultuous and the raging waves to soar to the sky. That black shadow still did not respond. Instead, it transformed into a ray of black light and rushed directly at the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus seemed to be very attractive to it and seemed to set off a certain impulsive urge to possess it at all costs. Cut! Xianxia pointed with a finger, and a sword light slashed out into the air. The soul-splitting saber was a soul-type Emperor-grade artifact that had been nurtured within his knowledge sea for decades. Inside this peculiar space, the soul-splitting saber was capable of drawing its power out to the fullest. That sword light was as swift as lightning, slicing towards the black figure and splitting it in two. Before Xianxia could rejoice though, the black shadow restored itself and rushed over to the sky above the seven-colored island in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's pupils contracted at the sight. After all, his enemy took a direct hit from the soul-splitting saber inside his knowledge sea yet came out unscathed. Just what was this thing? Seeing that the black shadow was about to succeed, Xianxia did not dare to delay. He drew upon his divine sense and activated the power of the soul-warming lotus. In an instant, a seven-colored flash of light bloomed on the treasure island. It formed an invisible barrier, keeping the black shadow out. The black shadow tried to pass through the barrier several times but failed to break through the soul-warming lotus defenses. Even so, it continued to single-mindedly rush straight at the barrier. Xianxia stretched out his hand. Then he rushed forward with the soul-splitting saber and sliced the shadow in two. Be that as it may, the black shadow continued to ignore him. It was as though the black shadow could only see the soul-warming lotus. Thus he was so furious that he laughed instead. Setting his eyes on my treasure in my territory. This guy is the boldest thief I have ever seen. After slicing at the black shadow for some time, Xianxia began to feel a little speechless. It was clear that this thing did not have a high level of sentience. It was fixated on what it had decided on, but the soul-warming lotus defenses were not something that could be broken through so easily. Despite these circumstances, this thing was determined to get its hands on the soul-warming lotus no matter what. Meanwhile, Xianxia had been slicing at it with the soul-splitting saber the whole time. But although that was the case, it would restore itself each time without any difficulty. It was almost like an undying object. Yang Kai was powerless against this thing. Hence, a strange stalemate had formed. Still, there was something for him to rejoice about. It was fortunate that this thing did not have a high level of sentience, as with its strength, it would undoubtedly be very difficult for him to deal with otherwise. Staring at the dark shadow for a while, Yang Kai felt rather troubled. He was currently in the middle of his breakthrough. Nevertheless, it was impossible for him to leave this thing in his knowledge sea and simply ignore it. The consequences would be dire if it disrupted him at a critical moment. However, this thing was completely unaffected by the soul-splitting saber. He had no idea what it was or where it came from. Logically speaking, it should be a manifestation of someone's soul since it could enter his knowledge sea. But if that was the case, it didn't make sense why the soul-splitting saber was ineffective against it. Shifting his gaze away, he looked to the center of the seven-colored island. He did not know if the soul-devouring insects would be able to restrain it when the soul-splitting saber was useless against it. If even the soul-devouring insects were unable to deal with it, then Yang Kai did not know how he could either get rid of or kill this black shadow. It was just that, at this point, he could only try everything in his arsenal. His thoughts flashed, and a dense, black cloud of insects immediately swarmed out of the insect enslavement bracelet and enveloped the black shadow under his command. The black shadow was still slamming against the soul-warming lotus defenses without pause. It ignored the soul-devouring insects and was soon covered in them. Clicking sounds rang out, sounding quite creepy. Yang Kai coldly observed the black shadow's condition, and a moment later, his expression changed. The soul-devouring insects had not disappointed him. They were having some effect on the black shadow, but the effect did not seem to be great. If it had been anybody else's soul, they would have fallen apart by now with those soul-devouring insects eating away at them like that. On the contrary, the black shadow remained lively and energetic. Be that as it may, it was enough as long as they had an effect on the black shadow. Yang Kai had been afraid that even the soul-devouring insects would prove ineffective against it. The situation might be less than satisfactory, but he could wear down the black shadow with enough time. With the situation in his knowledge sea stabilized for the time being, he checked on the condition of his physical body. He did not know if it was because the issue with the black shadow remained unresolved, but he could not break through that invisible barrier and advance to the next minor realm, so his aura remained in a constant state of flux. The concentration of the world energy in the cave had been significantly reduced, and the medicinal efficacies of those spirit pills in his abdomen had almost been exhausted too. Thus, he had no choice but to replenish them again. Golden blood evaporated out of all the pores on his body. His whole body was in so much pain that it felt as though he was being torn apart. He felt slightly depressed in his heart, as there had never been an advancement as difficult as this one before. He was finally experiencing some of the difficulties and challenges that others faced on their cultivation journey, and a sense of understanding grew in his heart. Each person's strength was hard-won. It did not come easily. Every step they took on the path to the peak required 10 times or 100 times more effort and risk than simply stepping back and submitting. Thinking back on his smooth progress up until now, Yang Kai could see that he was certainly lacking something compared to others. The hardship he was facing this time was finally making up for this shortcoming. While mulling over these thoughts, the physical pain he experienced seemed to reduce considerably. He gradually fell into a peculiar state when all of a sudden his body gave a jerk. He had distinctly felt a change taking place in his knowledge sea, hence he quickly sent his soul avatar back in to investigate the situation. In the skies above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the black shadow that was covered in soul-devouring insects was screaming up to the sky. Invisible waves of spiritual energy spread out, causing the flames to violently surge. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment at the sight, then he swiftly tried to suppress the abnormality in his knowledge sea and calm his mind. Looking in that direction, he saw the black shadow swelling up rapidly. At the same time, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly began fluctuating wildly. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly commanded the soul-devouring insects to retreat while simultaneously drawing upon the power of the soul-warming lotus. A seven-colored light bloomed brightly, enveloping his entire knowledge sea in its radiance. A loud bang resounded throughout his knowledge sea as the black shadow exploded. Black light spread outward as many of the soul-devouring insects that could not retreat in time were turned into ash and disappeared in the wind. Similarly, The shock of the explosion left Yang Kai's mind reeling in a state of confusion. It felt as though his soul avatar was about to collapse, and for a moment he was completely incapable of thinking at all. It wasn't easy, but he finally stabilized his soul avatar and composed his emotions. He looked up and was instantly dumbfounded by the sight. There were bits and pieces of pitch-black energy scattered across his knowledge sea, looking as if somebody had splashed black ink into the flames. Moreover, those ink drops were exuding an extremely powerful demon essence. They were also spreading into the surroundings at an astonishing speed. Looking at this scene scared Yang Kai out of his wits. He did not know what would happen if he allowed these pitch-black ink drops to spread into the surroundings, but judging by the demon essence being scattered around, he could guess that it would not end well for him. Panicking, he rushed to stop the progression with his divine sense, but to his despair, his spiritual energy was instantly converted the moment it came into contact with those ink drops. As this process progressed, it caused the violent and malevolent urges in his heart to emerge and a sense of hostility to grow. Even the purifying light blooming from the seven-colored island had a hard time stopping the pitch-black ink drops from converting his knowledge sea. After several frantic moments, Yang Kai watched helplessly as his knowledge sea was completely dyed black. The demon essence in his knowledge sea was overwhelming. The small spot in the middle of his knowledge sea that was protected by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus became the last pure land left. Yang Kai could distinctly sense that his mental state had undergone some subtle yet unexplainable changes, but it had yet to reach the level of a full-blown cultivation dissonance. It seemed that he was still capable of thinking normally without losing his sense of reason. It could even be said that instead of making him feel uncomfortable, this state gave him an unspeakable sense of joy and freedom. I couldn't have truly undergone demonification, right? Just as the thought surfaced in his mind, another voice whispered in his head. So what if I underwent demonification? His knowledge sea began churning violently again, but this time it wasn't because something was wrong in his knowledge sea. It was because something was happening to his physical body. With a flash of his thoughts, his soul avatar returned to his physical body just in time to feel his aura reaching a new height. The power brewing in his body was unprecedentedly strong, and all the obstacles and bottlenecks he encountered before were smashed in the face of this surging power. Yang Kai didn't do anything consciously. He simply allowed his aura to rise with the momentum. The pain in his body disappeared all of a sudden, only to be replaced by a sense of comfort. An invisible wave of chi spread out across his surroundings with him as the center, the impact causing rocks to come crashing down inside the cave. The door to a brand new realm slowly opened up in front of him. He had reached the Third-Order Emperor realm. Upon seeing this, the embodiment, who had been standing guard by the side all this while, quickly used a secret technique to mask the disturbance caused by Yang Kai's breakthrough. They were currently 100 kilometers underground, so even a demon saint might not be able to find this place unless they were searching with a fine-toothed comb. Nevertheless, he proceeded with utmost caution just in case. By suppressing these fluctuations, he could ensure that the commotion in this place would not spread too far. The embodiment turned to look at Yang Kai with a joyful expression and prepared to congratulate the latter on his successful breakthrough. But to his surprise, he discovered that Yang Kai's aura had not finished increasing. It was still climbing ever higher as though it was only just beginning. He was taken aback, feeling uncertain about what was going on. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. As Yang Kai's aura continued to become stronger, an extremely powerful suction force came from within his body and greedily swallowed up all the world energy in the surroundings. The mist in the cave was gone in the blink of an eye, and immediately after that, the demon chi that permeated everything in this world began pouring into the cave and flooding into his body. Consequently, the surface of his body was covered in a layer of faint black chi in a very short amount of time. The embodiment was utterly shocked by the sight and rushed forward in a panic. Yang Kai's current state looked as though he was experiencing cultivation dissonance. Having cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law and possessing the body of a stone spirit, the embodiment was capable of recklessly devouring demon chi without any worries. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai did not have all those convenient advantages that the embodiment had. Therefore, swallowing up all the demon chi in the surrounding area would not bode well for him. Just as the embodiment was about to step forward to stop Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the embodiment with a calm look. Seeing this, the embodiment immediately stopped in his tracks. He had caught a glimpse of a cold and inhuman indifference in those eyes, which left him at a loss for what to do. He did not know what had gone wrong with Yang Kai's breakthrough to produce such changes. Even so, Yang Kai's intentions had been very clear. The embodiment only hesitated for a moment before he simply stood back and watched how the situation played out. He was simply an offshoot of Yang Kai's soul, so how could he go against the wishes of the true body? A howling wind roared in the cave, caused by the movement of the demon chi in the surrounding world as it was sucked into Yang Kai's body. With the passage of time, the layer of faint black chi on the surface of his body became denser and denser. He was also becoming increasingly full of demon essence. Contrary to the embodiment's worries, however, Yang Kai was enjoying himself in this state. He could clearly feel that his power was rapidly growing. Furthermore, the soul-warming lotus was guarding the last pure land in his knowledge sea, so there was no risk of him becoming completely demonified. This might be a blessing in disguise. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sound rang out from the depths of his heart. Yang Kai furrowed his brow in response, and after a careful inspection, he discovered that a crack had appeared on the seal on his dantian. When he and Ironblood had put on that show for all the star boundary to see, Yang Kai had released the seal on his dantian and let out the ancient demon chi stored there. Of course, afterwards, he had used the power of the firmament tree to seal the ancient demon chi back up again. Unfortunately, the consequences of releasing the seal on multiple occasions had caused the ancient demon chi to grow stronger. If it happened again, even the power of the firmament tree would not be enough to completely seal it again. Not to mention, the sealing power of the firmament tree had been weakened severely due to overuse. There had not been enough time for it to replenish its sealing power. Hence, for a crack to appear now seriously gave him quite a scare. If he had been devouring demon chi solely because of the changes brought about by his breakthrough, he would not have thought much of it. On the other hand, the ancient demon chi in his dantian was an extremely troublesome matter. Yang Kai did not know if the changes were caused by all the demon chi he was devouring at the moment. However, the ancient demon chi in his dantian was madly slamming against the seal, to the point where it managed to form a crack in it. This was something that had never happened until now, and before he had figured out how to deal with the situation, the crack abruptly expanded. Immediately afterwards, the ancient demon chi violently gushed out and began to directly devour the other demon chi in his body. The place where Yang Kai was located had more or less turned into a black hole where demon chi, which was so thick it was almost tangible, was gathering into a cluster. The power fluctuations that emanated from the phenomenon were even making the embodiment feel a little frightened. A suction force that was even more violent than before came out suddenly, forming a huge vortex which pulled all the demon chi in Cloud Shadow Continent in this direction. 100 kilometers above, a huge tornado that connected the heavens and the earth formed while, at the same time, the pitch-black demon chi poured into the ground and disappeared without a trace in a blink of an eye. Noticing the abnormality, the embodiment hurriedly took action to cover up the heavenly manifestation and the disturbance of the demon chi. It was done in order to prevent somebody with malicious intentions from catching wind of the phenomenon here. 100 kilometers underground, Yang Kai's muffled roar sounded amidst the violently swirling demon chi. It sounded like a wounded beast's howls. The embodiment couldn't help feeling rather frightened and uneasy when he heard the roar. But there was nothing he could do for Yang Kai anymore now that things had progressed to this point. It was obvious from Yang Kai's current condition that he had fallen into a state of cultivation dissonance. The only way for him to overcome this calamity was to rely on himself. If he failed to get through this, then everything would have been for naught. For that reason, the embodiment was feeling extremely anxious. The roars rang out intermittently as Yang Kai lost track of how much time had passed. His voice was also gradually becoming more and more hoarse, almost as if his vocal cords had been torn apart from all his screaming. During this period, he did not know how much of the demon chi in the world had been sucked into his body. The overpowering ancient demon chi that was sealed in his dantian had been released in its entirety and had integrated with the meridians in his body to the point where they could no longer be disentangled. All of a sudden, Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes. The entire world subsequently went dark. There was no light whatsoever in the cave 100 kilometers underground, so it should have been pitch black in the first place. However, the embodiment still had the feeling of being completely shrouded in darkness at that moment. Not only did it feel as though his vision was being disrupted, but even his divine sense was also unable to detect anything. In the darkness, a ray of golden radiance stood out conspicuously. He looked up and saw that the golden light was a column. As a soul clone of Yang Kai, it was only natural that he knew what that column of golden light was. It was the demon eye of annihilation. Ever since Yang Kai obtained this divine ability in Tong Xian realm, he had repeatedly relied on the demon eye of annihilation to defeat powerful enemies and turn the tables around when the situation was dire. That was not the point, though. The point was that although the embodiment could not see anything, he could instinctually sense that Yang Kai's other eye was also open. It was just that eye was completely pitch black in contrast. It was the ancient demon black eye. His eyes widened to the size of saucers as he felt as though he had been hit in the head by a sledgehammer, and his thoughts became unbelievably chaotic. The ancient demon black eye had always been a divine ability that could only be used when Yang Kai released the seal on his dantian. Once the infinite darkness was activated, all light would vanish from the world. But why did it appear now? Did Yang Kai's true body completely undergo demonification? At this moment, Yang Kai's roar had completely transformed into a howl of pain. What the embodiment sensed was not wrong, as both of Yang Kai's eyes were not in their normal state at the moment. Both the demon eye of annihilation and the ancient demon black eye had appeared at the same time. There was nothing wrong with the demon eye of annihilation in his left eye, but on the contrary, the ancient demon black eye in his right eye was aching like it was on fire. Not only was the pain excruciating, but his right eye was also throbbing non-stop, as though it was about to pop out of its socket. That kind of pain and suffering was simply unbearable. In the midst of that throbbing, Yang Kai felt as though his very soul was going to be shaken apart. It was a feeling that was worse than death, but gritting his teeth, he desperately held on. The soul-warming lotus guarded the last piece of pure land in his knowledge sea, preventing him from drowning completely or thoroughly undergoing demonification. His originally unstable aura gradually began to calm down in this tenacious confrontation with his own destiny. As time passed, the throbbing in his right eye became less and less frequent. Similarly, the excruciating pain slowly became less intense. Without warning, all the pain vanished without a trace, and his throbbing right eye stabilized again. Following that, an indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout Yang Kai's body. He let out a long breath of relief. Accordingly, the pitch-black demon chi in the cave was collected in one fell swoop. It poured into his body all at once like the ebbing tides of the sea, bringing peace back to the world 100 kilometers underground. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, breathing long and deep breaths. His aura in the third-order emperor realm was very obvious. Meanwhile, the embodiment stood not too far away and stared blankly in his direction. In this situation, even he could not figure out whether Yang Kai had successfully survived the catastrophe or completely undergone demonification. Regardless of the outcome, the true body was the true body. He could never become truly independent from Yang Kai. As long as there was nothing life-threatening, he could accept any changes that Yang Kai would display later. After some time, Yang Kai opened his eyes again. In that instant, there seemed to be a radiance flooding the pitch-black cave. The embodiment hurriedly asked, "How are you?" Yang Kai stood up, loosening the muscles in his limbs, then observed the condition of his body as he scratched his chin. "I'm not sure." "Huh?" The embodiment stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai replied, "It's hard to explain. My breakthrough can be considered a success, but I don't know what my situation is right now." His cultivation had reached the third-order emperor realm without any doubt. However, even he himself couldn't tell whether he had undergone demonification or not. It could be said that he had undergone a demon transformation. However, he had not lost his sense of self. His mind was as clear as could be. Nonetheless, it was a fact that the nature of his emperor chi had undergone earth-shaking changes, completely converting into demon chi. He had absorbed so much demon chi from the world during his breakthrough earlier after all. Even the ancient demon Qi in his dantian had been completely assimilated. The emperor Qi in his body that he had spent so many years and so much effort to cultivate had been converted too. Yang Kai told the embodiment about everything that happened before and his current condition. After that, he simply grinned. In any case, I feel freer than I have ever been before. The embodiment felt a little speechless. If even the main body couldn't figure it out, what could he possibly figure out? He considered it for a moment before saying, all of this is probably related to the black shadow that invaded your knowledge sea. Perhaps that is what gave you the ability to merge with the demon Qi. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I think so too. But what in the world was that black shadow? I will need to investigate it thoroughly. If it had not been for the black shadow contaminating his knowledge sea after it exploded, he would not have been able to absorb the demon Qi into his body so smoothly. It would also have been impossible to assimilate the powerful ancient demon Qi that was sealed in his dantian. He experienced many changes during his breakthrough this time. Nevertheless, the results could still be considered quite satisfactory. Yang Kai had to admit that the fact that his Emperor Qi had been converted into demon Qi upset him. But even so, the fact that it had completely resolved the hidden danger sealed in his dantian was something to rejoice about. When he last used the power of the firmament tree to reseal his dantian, he had still felt greatly worried. If the day came that he was forced to release the seal again, then there would be no turning back anymore. Fortunately, it was not an issue anymore. The ancient demon Qi had completely assimilated with him, so this worry was gone forever. He even had the feeling that he could activate the infinite darkness divine ability whenever or wherever he pleased, which was an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Haha, turns out you really were hiding here. You really wear our iron shoes searching for your own feet. A soft laughter suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he could instantly tell whose voice it was. Bei Liemo. Damn it. The anomaly accompanying your breakthrough probably attracted her here. The embodiment shouted. The sudden change Yang Kai experienced had caused a shocking phenomenon. Even though the embodiment had immediately acted to conceal it, he had apparently not acted swiftly enough. In addition, he could not transfer Yang Kai to another location since he had also been at an important crossroads at the time. Thus, the embodiment could only pray that the anomaly had not attracted anybody's attention. Who could have known that it would attract Bei Liemo of all people to this place? Yang Kai's breakthrough this time had taken quite a long time, lasting for half a month. In other words, Bei Liemo must have already been lurking on Cloud Shadow Continent for quite some time. Otherwise, she could not have perceived the anomaly that occurred for only an instant. The embodiment might be the master of Cloud Shadow Continent, but it was still impossible for him to detect a demon saint who was intent on concealing her presence. A strange sound rang out in the cave as the temperature dropped abruptly. Immediately following that, the walls were covered in a layer of frost. Icicles that were as sharp as could be quickly formed, and the cave was filled with a cold that penetrated even the soul. Run! Yang Kai shouted. Even if he had advanced to the next minor realm and was much stronger than before, he knew it was still impossible to contend with a demon saint. He would have no way to escape if he was locked down by Bei Liemo. As soon as those words left Yang Kai's mouth, the embodiment had already pushed his demon Qi, wrapped it around Yang Kai, and swiftly began burrowing into the earth. You want to escape? This saint has already come all this way. Do you think you can still flee? Bei Liemo's sneering voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, a layer of ice covered the ground in front of the embodiment. It made the ground extremely hard. Failing to notice that, he bumped into it head-on. Thus, he had no choice but to change directions and continue to flee. After twisting and turning about underground for a short while, bright light suddenly filled Yang Kai's eyes. The pressure around his body disappeared abruptly, and by the time he recovered from the shock, he discovered that the embodiment had brought him back to the surface. A breeze caressed his face, feeling extremely pleasant. But just a dozen meters away, Bei Liemo stood staring at him with a small, mocking smile. She had an enchanting figure and bright red lips, and her snow-white hair fluttered lightly in the wind. He turned to look at the embodiment, whose expression was extremely sullen. He probably did not know how he had fallen into the enemy's trap, as he had made so many rapid twists and turns only to appear right in front of the other party anyway. Cheap slut, die! Yang Kai yelled without warning, and a huge moonblade slashed toward Bei Limo's head. At the same time, he manipulated the space principles and wrapped the embodiment in them to escape together. On the other hand, Bei Limo simply waved her hand. The moon blade slashing at her shattered to pieces before she lifted her hand again and grabbed at the void where Yang Kai was. Instantly, the surrounding world seemed to freeze in place. Yang Kai and the embodiment had only just become a blur when they began to solidify again. Yang Kai could not perform instantaneous movement again. Exchanging a glance with each other, Yang Kai and the embodiment pushed their demon chi at the same time. Spinning around, they both blasted Bei Limo with their respective divine abilities, desperately going all out. They were not hoping to injure her, just buy enough time to escape. Unfortunately, a demon saint was a demon saint. A look of contempt flashed through her eyes in the face of Yang Kai, and the embodiment's joint attack and the mocking smile on her lips curled upwards further. She stood in place, not taking a single step, simply raising her arm and lightly pressing her palm into the void. Yang Kai and the embodiment's figures that were leaping forward seemed to have hit an invisible wall at that moment and ground to a halt. Following that, an overwhelming and terrifying force washed over them from the front, and both of them were sent flying backwards as a result. The embodiment frantically tried to stabilize his body in midair but failed miserably in his attempts. On the other hand, Yang Kai coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood as his face turned pale. Yang Kai fell heavily to the ground in a miserable heap, and before he could even get up, Bei Limo had already landed lightly in front of him. She placed one foot on his chest, her delicate foot seeming as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on him to the point that he could not breathe. Her seductive body leaned forward slightly, revealing a deep valley between her proud peaks. Her expression was as cold as ice, and her beautiful eyes glared at him. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai struggled slightly but could not move whatsoever, so opening his mouth, he spat an arrow of golden blood directly at her. She moved her head to dodge this vile act of defiance, and in her rage, she lifted her foot and stomped down on him. Hong! His entire body sank into the ground, and several bones in his chest broke as blood violently spurted out of his mouth. "This is what you get for having such a foul mouth." Her expression was frosty. "Go ahead and kill me if you can." Yang Kai glared at her fixedly with an unyielding expression. In response, Bei Limo just laughed coldly. "Kill you? How could I bear to kill you? I'm taking you back with me." Yang Kai contained a part of the star boundary's will in his body. As such, whomever killed him would obtain that opportunity. She could not kill him here regardless of how furious she was. She could only bring him back so that one of the half-saints under her command could do the actual killing. Any of the other demon saints would have done the same. After saying that though, she noticed something and spoke with a frown. "Did you undergo demonification?" When he had launched his attack just now, a majestic and pure demon chi had clearly erupted from his body. It was only for a moment, but it could not escape her observation, so she couldn't help feeling slightly doubtful. This brat doesn't look like he has undergone demonification, so why would he have demon chi in his body? None of your damn business. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at her with fire practically spitting out of his eyes. "You better kill me now, or I will be the one to kill you instead." Bei Limo giggled lightly. "So weak, yet so bold. I certainly would like to see how you are going to kill me. But first, I do have something I want to ask you. If you have something to say, say it." His expression was so cold that it was practically frosting over, but while appearing enraged and unyielding on the outside, he was desperately going over several ideas of how to get out of this predicament. His heart filled with rage and sorrow. "I finally broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm and solved the hidden dangers of my Dantian. I haven't even had the time to properly enjoy the growth of my strength after achieving my breakthrough. I can't believe I just got caught by Bei Limo. This truly is a disastrous and unlucky year." Bei Limo seemed to be slowly getting used to his terrible attitude and didn't think much of it anymore, so she simply said, "Senior Brother Huang said this before. Nobody can protect you unless you truly become a part of the demon race. So, tell me honestly, have you undergone demonification? And if I have? He raised his brow at her. Mo studied him seriously, furrowing her delicate brow before she exerted some strength into her foot, pressing down hard. Show me your power again. Xianxia fell silent for a while, but in the end, he obediently drew upon his demon chi again. Pitch-black demon chi instantly surged to the surface of his body and wrapped around his entire figure. Even so, he did not take the chance to launch an attack at her because he would only embarrass himself by doing so. You really did undergo demonification. Her little mouth fell slightly open as a look of surprise appeared on her face. She could not fathom how he changed so much in such a short time. It had only been 10 or 20 days since she last saw him. As of now, Xianxia could marginally be regarded as a member of the demon race. Even though he was born in the star boundary, he was undoubtedly one of them now that he had already undergone demonification, which perfectly complied with what Huang Wuji had declared. I'm seriously getting a little reluctant to kill you now. Mo frowned as if she had encountered a serious problem. Huang Wuji had already issued his statement previously, so if she brought Xianxia back and had one of her half-saints kill him now, it would be equivalent to slapping Huang Wuji's face. Nothing good would come of falling out with Huang Wuji. Even if she disregarded that reason and only focused on Xianxia's potential, he was the only one of his kind in the entire demon realm, so it would really be a shame to kill him. Unfortunately, she couldn't use him even if she didn't kill him. He had been branded with Yu Rumeng's heart seal, so the young man in front of her would always be loyal to Yu Rumeng alone. It was honestly very frustrating. Xianxia felt as though he had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness upon hearing what Mo said. Racking his brain, he asked, "Then, why don't we take a seat and have a calm discussion?" Mo just laughed mockingly. "Boy, what are you scheming now? This saint is not like you, Rumeng. I won't be deceived by your flowery words. I advise you to put away those devious thoughts of yours, or else you will be the one to suffer for it." Xianxia grinned. "How could I dare to scheme anything in front of you, holy venerable?" She snorted. "Oh? Are you calling me holy venerable now? Then why didn't you speak politely earlier? That was then, this is now. Besides, you and I have worked together once before. We are not strangers to each other. I do know a little bit about what kind of noble character you are, holy venerable. Are you trying to say that you know me quite well?" She sneered. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that you are easier to communicate with compared to the other demon saints. I am willing to work under you if you are interested, holy venerable. What about you, Rumeng?" The corners of her mouth lifted. He sighed. "I will explain it to Rumeng later." She snorted. It was obvious that she did not believe what he said. "So what if this rotten brat lies to me? If he really does fall into my hands, I can just slowly discipline him later. With my ability, I can make him obey me in a very short period of time. I was slightly reluctant to offend you, Rumeng, in the past just for him, but right now he certainly has that value." Consequently, her thoughts began to churn. At this moment, a figure leapt out from underground. A pure black war hammer came smashing down on her. It was the embodiment, who had secretly snuck over from underground to launch a sneak attack. Mo had ignored him after sending him flying just now, but he could obviously not abandon Xianxia and run away on his own. Thus, he had quietly approached this place and waited for his chance. It was only natural that he went all out when he finally found an opening, so when the war hammer came crashing down, the heaven-devouring battle law was already in full motion. Scram! Mo didn't even turn to look at him. It seemed she had been expecting this. Her silver hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Then, it suddenly transformed into a silver light that shot directly at him. There was a dazzling silver light wherever her silver hair passed, and the heaven-devouring domain shattered to pieces. As for the embodiment, he received a heavy blow, his body freezing mid-air for a moment. After that, he was sent flying at such a high speed that he was a tiny black dot flying away like a shooting star a moment later. The demon chi gushing out of the surface of his body practically dispersed into nothing in an instant. The embodiment, who had the strength of a half-saint, couldn't even handle a single attack from Mo. It was similar to the time when the heavily wounded Bright Moon had killed numerous demon race half-saints with a single sword strike. If Mo had really wanted to, the embodiment would have been turned into nothing more than a pile of dust by now. The next moment, though, Bailey Mo suddenly felt a great sense of crisis enveloping her. She looked up only to see a small cold light blooming in Yang Kai's hand that came shooting directly at her. With practically no hesitation in her movements, Bailey Mo immediately backed away, staring fixedly at that small cold light with her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful face paled and she screamed, "Profound darkness needle? Why do you have that?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words as he rushed at her. Activating his dragon transformation secret technique, he unleashed the full might of his dragon pressure as his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. He grabbed at her ample chest without the slightest hint of compassion, even though she was a woman. He did not know why she was so afraid of the profound darkness needle. Nevertheless, it was the only thing he could think of that could threaten her. This was the only card he had left. In the past, Yang Kai had gone to Soaring Snow Ice Palace to repair the territory gates under Bailey Mo's invitation, but she had him imprisoned in the ice prison after he insulted her. He later met a young woman on the 18th floor of the ice prison. That young woman's memories seemed to be a little jumbled up and she couldn't even remember her own name, thus he had casually referred to her as Young Lady Bing. Young Lady Bing vaguely remembered that she had a master-disciple relation with Bailey Mo. Bailey Mo had imprisoned her in the ice prison because she had made a grave mistake. In the end, she handed this profound darkness needle to Yang Kai, telling him there was a forbidden technique that she created sealed inside of it. Not much time had passed since then. Thus, he naturally recalled what Young Lady Bing had told him at the time. She mentioned that the forbidden technique inside the profound darkness needle could not kill Bailey Mo, but it could delay her for at least 3 and possibly up to 10 breaths. This was the only thing Yang Kai had in his possession that could possibly be used to fight Bailey Mo. The rest of his divine abilities were not worth mentioning in front of a holy venerable. To his surprise, the effect it had on Bailey Mo was beyond his expectations. He had seen her reaction as soon as he took out the profound darkness needle, and her eyes clearly held a teeth-grinding fear and hatred in them. At this moment, Yang Kai had the vague feeling that things were not as simple as he had thought. Perhaps, there was a hidden story to Young Lady Bing that she had not told him. Be that as it may, he had reached a point of no return and could not spare any thought on this matter at the moment. He could only pin his hopes on the power of the forbidden technique sealed inside the profound darkness needle, praying fervently that what Young Lady Bing said before was true. If it could do what she told him it could, then he and the embodiment might stand a chance at escaping this predicament. Bailey Mo moved swiftly as her figure flitted about erratically, twisting and turning about. There was an indescribable beauty to her movements. Nevertheless, the profound darkness needle clung to her like maggots on rotting bones. Despite being a demon saint, she couldn't get rid of it. 3 breaths. 3 breaths was all the profound darkness needle took before it zeroed in on her. A hint of panic flashed across her face. Her demon chi instantly flared out and a thick layer of protection appeared on the surface of her body. Even so, it was meaningless. The profound darkness needle effortlessly broke through the demon saint's defenses and penetrated her body. Her entire body shuddered in response, and immediately after that, she became stiff and froze in place as though somebody had hit her with a binding secret technique. There was an incredulous look on her charming face. In the next moment, Yang Kai's dragon claw also tore through her defenses. His hand pierced her chest and grabbed hold of her beating heart. "I did it!" His eyes widened in shock. It felt like he was in a dream. He had not expected to succeed so easily. She was a demon saint after all, one of the 12 peak masters of the demon realm. He couldn't believe that the profound darkness needle could restrain her so firmly. Didn't Young Lady Bing say that this thing can only delay Bailey Mo for a few breaths? Why does it have such great power? What else is there that I don't understand here? Yang Kai didn't have the time to think about other matters at the moment, though, as he exerted some strength into his hand and prepared to destroy Bailey Mo's demon heart. As a demon saint, it was a given that she would have more than one demon heart, so crushing this one might not necessarily kill her, but it would severely damage her foundation at the very least. That would be a great help for him to escape with the embodiment. He had considered his plans very carefully. After crushing this demon heart of hers, he would immediately flee with the embodiment. At that moment, though, an invisible force suddenly surged forth from the spot where Mo had been stabbed by the profound darkness needle. That force spread out in ripples that were visible to the naked eye and expanded to over 1,000 kilometers at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's movements suddenly froze. He couldn't conjure up any strength in his body. His soul reacted volatilely and showed signs of leaving his body. This instance scared him out of his wits, but no matter how hard he tried to stimulate his divine sense, he could not stabilize his soul. His vision suddenly blurred. Following that, the whole world changed drastically. Everything was covered in snow everywhere he looked. A freezing wind howled past, the chill biting into his bones. There were translucent icebergs in all shapes and sizes scattered all over the place. Moreover, snowflakes the size of goose feathers were steadily drifting down from the skies. When they landed on him, a chill spread throughout his body and caused him to shudder involuntarily. Mo, who was supposed to be standing in front of him with his arm in her chest, was nowhere in sight. On the contrary, she appeared on top of a towering ice pillar more than 1,000 meters away. She stood there prettily with her silver hair whipping about in the wind, looking like a small flower that had bloomed in this icy world. However, her expression at this moment was filled with resentment as she glared in his direction with gritted teeth. Yang Kai furrowed his brow in response, distinctly sensing that there was something wrong with this situation. After a careful check, he realized that he was actually in his soul avatar state. In other words, the part of him that existed in this world was not his physical body but his soul. And the same went for Mo. Their physical bodies were probably somewhere on Cloud Shadow Continent, still maintaining their previous posture. What's going on? Yang Kai was utterly confused by the situation when a strange noise came from behind him and he turned around to look, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight as he quickly greeted Young Lady Bing. It was Young Lady Bing, the person he had met on the 18th floor of the frozen nether ice prison. She was walking towards him from behind with a sweet smile on her face. She had a sheltered, ignorant, and innocent appearance. However, as she gradually approached, he felt a great sense of crisis looming over him instead. Turning sideways without drawing notice, he faced both Mo and this mysterious girl at the same time. Naturally, he did not fully believe Young Lady Bing's words even though she had helped him in the ice prison back then. The main reason he accepted the profound darkness needle from her was that she had claimed that it was powerful enough to delay Mo for a short time. He had been repairing the territory gates in Mo's territory at the time, so he wanted to be prepared against her. If not for what happened today, he would never have brought out the profound darkness needle. Rather, he would have kept it hidden forever. From the looks of things, he had fallen into somebody else's trap and was used by them as a result. Despite knowing that, he would still have used the profound darkness needle even if he had the chance to redo what happened just now. He simply had no other means of fighting back against Mo. Well done. Young Lady Bing paused in her tracks and stated. They were standing in a triangle, 1,000 meters separating her from Yang Kai and Mo. She looked at him with a smile. You succeeded so quickly. Choosing you was the right decision indeed. Yang Kai calmly replied, I don't know what you were talking about. He was extremely upset at being taken advantage of. Even if he still couldn't figure out the true identity of this Young Lady Bing even now, the other party was definitely using him for some kind of plot. Just that was enough for him to remain wary around her. What did you just call her? Mo glared at Yang Kai bitterly and sneered. Do you know how old she is? I can't believe you call her Young Lady Bing. You're not young either. Yang Kai glanced over at her faintly. Neither of these two women were anything good. In any case, his top priority was to figure out where this damned place was, and then how to get himself out of this predicament. Since Young Lady Bing dared to use me in her plot against Mo, her strength is probably not inferior to Mo's. I am simply caught in the middle of their battle. I had better get out of the way as soon as possible before I end up as collateral damage. It would be best if I let them fight like dogs among themselves so that they keep each other occupied. Unfilial disciple. Young Lady Bing shouted through gritted teeth, you sure have gotten bolder after tens of thousands of years. How dare you talk about me like that? Mo sneered. Honored master. How are you still alive? I thought you died in the ice prison a long time ago. I didn't expect to see you again. Yang Kai, who was looking left and right searching for a way out, suddenly glanced at one before glancing at the other upon hearing their conversation. Then he burst out laughing. So, you two are really master and disciple. Back then, young Lady Bing had mentioned that she and Bailey Mo had a master and disciple relationship and he could only take her for her word. It would now appear that she had not lied on this point, but the truth was different from what she had said. She claimed that she was Bailey Mo's disciple. However, the truth turned out to be the opposite. She was actually Bailey Mo's honored master, a demon saint's honored master. That practically makes her in existence on the level of an ancient fossil. What did you tell him? Bailey Mo asked while looking at young Lady Bing, though she had figured out practically everything when she saw the profound darkness needle. Yang Kai must have encountered young Lady Bing by chance back when she imprisoned him in the ice prison. There had been no movement from young Lady Bing inside the ice prison for the past 10,000 years, thus Bailey Mo honestly believed that the other party was dead. She had personally inspected the place many times, but she had never noticed anything out of place. It would now seem that young Lady Bing had used some sort of secret technique to fool her perception. Young Lady Bing pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't say much. I just took some parts from your story and embellished them a little for him, then I asked him for a small favor. Shameless. Bailey Mo scoffed coldly. Do you think you can win just because you've dragged me here? Honored master, you may have forgotten, but I am no longer the same little girl who had to obey your every word. I am Bailey Mo. I am a demon saint. Young Lady Bing nodded repeatedly. Of course I know. How else would I be imprisoned by you in the ice prison for tens of thousands of years? Bailey Mo said. If you had remained hidden in the ice prison, you might have been able to die of old age. But since you dared to step forward and conspire against me, then don't blame this saint for not holding back. Young Lady Bing smiled charmingly. I taught you everything you know. What do you think your chances of winning are in this place? More than enough to kill you. Bailey Mo rushed forward to attack. Wait a moment, you too. Yang Kai was feeling quite annoyed from listening to their bickering, so he raised a hand to stop them from acting as he glanced between the two parties. Can I ask a question? What is this place? Young Lady Bing smiled and replied, This is my soul battlefield. Yang Kai's expression twitched slightly. Is that the secret technique sealed inside the profound darkness needle? Indeed. She nodded. Once the soul battlefield has been activated, I can drag a person's soul avatar into here. It is a battle between souls. And it doesn't end until one side dies. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. An incredible secret technique. Her physical body was still in the ice prison, but after being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, it was clearly no longer a viable vessel. In other words, she wouldn't be able to exert much power even if she freed herself. However, the soul battlefield was different. Each of them was free from the shackles of their bodies, fighting only with their soul avatar. Thus, she could counter most of Bailey Mo's advantages. Having been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years, her prowess in spiritual energy was not to be underestimated. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to listen to it, young Lady Bing. I'm certain you're itching to kill this bitch, so if you can promise me something, I can kill her within 10 breaths. When Bailey Mo heard him unequivocally calling her a bitch with every sentence he spoke, her expression darkened significantly. She secretly gritted her teeth and vowed to herself, if I get the chance, I'm going to make this bastard pay for this. The corners of young Lady Bing's mouth curved upward. Kill her in 10 breaths? Little boy, don't you think you are talking a little too big? With your cultivation? Even I don't have such ability, what more you? He chuckled softly. Naturally, I will be needing your cooperation. She asked, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Let me out. I guarantee I will turn her body into mincemeat. While speaking, he acted like he was holding a knife in his hand and made swift chopping motions. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bailey Mo's expression changed greatly as she gnashed her teeth and screamed, You dare! If her physical body was destroyed, then it would be over for her. That was why she felt incredibly anxious when she heard him saying that. She was really frightened that young Lady Bing would agree to his request. Ha 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 ha. Young Lady Bing suddenly doubled over with laughter. Yang Kai also smiled in response. What do you think of my suggestion? Speaking of which, I'm an innocent bystander who was accidentally caught up in your fight. There's nothing for me to do here, and I can't be of any help either. You might as well let me leave and give you a helping hand from the outside. It's a great suggestion, she nodded lightly before the smile on her face vanished, but I can't agree to your request. He pouted, why not? She narrowed her eyes, glanced at Bailey Mo, and replied lightly. If you turn her into mincemeat, this queen won't be able to possess her body anymore. Xianxia blinked at her words for a moment before he chuckled helplessly. So, that's your goal? You want to possess my body? Bailey Mo sneered. Nevertheless, she felt a little more reassured since the other party had such intentions. She was more frightened that Xianxia might be released. Why not? Young Lady Bing raised her brow slightly. You and I cultivate the same secret arts and techniques, while we also come from the same clan. As long as I can defeat you here, possessing your body won't be that difficult. Besides, I will simply be getting back what used to belong to me. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Bailey Mo sneered. I won't know until I try. Young Lady Bing smiled softly. The aura in her body slowly began to rise, and ice principles spread out. She licked her red lips and scolded, unfilial disciple, did you know? That man kept calling out your name before he died, hoping that you would save him. The silhouettes of a man and a woman stood frozen in place 100 kilometers above ground from where Xianxia had undergone his breakthrough somewhere on Cloud Shadow Continent. They looked like sculptures that would last for eternity. Xianxia's dragon claw had penetrated Bailey Mo's chest and was grabbing her beating demon heart. A look of pain appeared on her face, but those beautiful eyes of hers were unfocused, hollow, and chaotic. A faint scent of blood wafted in the air. The embodiment quickly returned in a disheveled state. But when he first took in the scene before him, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurried to their side and observed them closely. A troubled and anxious look appeared on his angular face. He did not know what had happened just now, but he could not feel the slightest trace of Xianxia and Bailey Mo's souls from their bodies. In other words, the souls of these two people had escaped their mortal shells and were missing. This left him feeling very troubled. It was undoubtedly the best time for him to kill Bailey Mo. Her physical body was here, but her soul was gone, so she was powerless to resist regardless of what he did to her. The key point here was, what if killing Bailey Mo affected Xianxia in the process? It was impossible for the souls of two people to leave their bodies at the same time for no reason. This must have been caused by a powerful secret technique, thus he did not dare to act rashly before learning what that secret technique was. He didn't even dare to move their bodies. In his desperation, he could only borrow the power of the entire continent to isolate and conceal this region so that it would not be discovered by others. Inside the soul battlefield, young Lady Bing's voice was bitterly cold and every word she spoke was soul-crushing. That boy was crazy about you. He thought you would come to save him eventually, but his wish never came true up until the moment he died. Disciple, did you know? That expression of despair on his face as he was dying was truly memorable. Why didn't you save him at the time? If only you had spoken up, I would have blessed the two of you. You are my most important disciple after all. Xian Bing, Bailey Mo screamed. Her pretty face warped with hatred. Her tender body shook as countless icy lights struck out like a swarm of locusts. There was a trace of a smirk on Xian Bing's face as a light curtain appeared around her body, forming a semicircular dome that shielded her from harm. Shio shio shio. The swishing sounds rang out endlessly as the icy lights slammed into the light curtain only to form ripples on the surface, unable to penetrate the layer of defense. The ice principles in the soul battlefield were becoming more and more intense, as if they were trying to freeze their very souls. Both master and disciple were snow demons, so they were naturally proficient in ice principles. Moreover, their attainments in the manipulation of spiritual energy had reached an outrageous level. It was only natural that the entire soul battlefield would be affected the moment they began fighting. Xianxia had long realized that something was wrong when Xian Bing began speaking so provocatively and hurriedly fled. Bailey Mo was a demon saint, so needless to say, she had the soul cultivation of a demon saint. Since Xian Bing had dared to attack Bailey Mo, her strength was probably on a similar plane. He did not dare to join in the battle between them. What left him feeling speechless was that there was only a limited area to the soul battlefield, even though it seemed infinitely vast. He immediately fled more than 5 kilometers away, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. It seemed as though he had arrived at the borders of the soul battlefield and couldn't escape any further. When a wave of icy force struck, his entire soul avatar shivered from the cold. A thin layer of frost formed over the surface of his body, shocking him so much that he hurriedly stimulated his spiritual energy to stave off the chill. I really am unlucky. His heart was filled with grief and rage. Judging from the current situation, I'm going to die in this place before Xianbing and Bei Liemo decide a winner between them. Forget sitting on a mountaintop and watching the tigers fight or sitting back and watching everybody die. Those are mere delusions. The swishing sounds continued without stopping. Although Xianbing had the protection of her spiritual energy to prevent her soul avatar from being harmed by the cold lights, she was being forced to retreat little by little. Judging from this point, her attainments in spiritual energy seemed to be somewhat inferior to Bei Liemo. She had been imprisoned by Bei Liemo for tens of thousands of years after all, so it was normal for her strength to be inferior, seeing as Bei Liemo was now a demon saint. Even so, the smile on her face did not falter and the provocative statements coming from her mouth did not stop either. Are you angry? So many years have passed yet you're still hung up on him? You truly are my best disciple. To think you are still thinking about your honored master's man even now. So what? What happened in the end? He died. He died at your hands. Bullshit. Bei Liemo, who had remained silent all this time, gritted her teeth and snarled. You were the one who killed him. What does that have to do with me? Xianbing had a cold expression. Why would I have killed him if it weren't for you? While they were verbally sparring, Xianbing had already retreated 1,000 meters, but the corners of her mouth still curled to reveal a smirk. Disciple, you look like you're injured. Why is your spiritual energy weaker than what I expected? Realization suddenly dawned on Yang Kai, who was doing his best to resist the cold. Right? Bei Liemo is injured. It wasn't just Bei Liemo. Most of the 12 demon saints of the demon realm were currently injured. Bright Moon had wiped out the soul manifestations of 10 of the demon saints, and it would be impossible for any of them to recover in such a short period of time. The injury to Bei Liemo's soul was what caused her strength on the soul battlefield to drop by such a large margin. So what? Bei Liemo coldly snorted, raising her finger slightly as she gently pointed at Xianbing. With that slight tapping motion, Xianbing's tender body shuddered. Immediately after that, a pure white snowflake appeared on her chest. That snowflake was like a brand that was imprinted on her chest. It was accompanied by the sound of crackling as it rapidly grew larger. The ice principles condensed around her with the tendency to completely envelope her. An extreme look of pain appeared on her face, and her entire body became stiff. Nevertheless, she soon burst out laughing again and mockingly said, I told you. I taught you everything you know. What can you do to me? While she was speaking, the snowflake on her body melted away quickly. At the same time, she took several steps forward and tapped towards Bei Liemo a few times. Bei Liemo's expression froze as her figure flickered about erratically to avoid the invisible force coming from Xianbing's finger. Several pure white chains lunged at her from all directions before she could steady herself. Those chains were like spirit snakes, darting out of their holes and trying to entangle her. Stretching out her hand, she grabbed at something in the void and a crystal-clear long sword appeared in the palm of her hand. She casually swung the sword, hitting the top of one of the chains with a clanging sound. That chain was sent flying away. Meanwhile, sword waves rained down like a waterfall, transforming into a curtain of light. The clanging sounds rang out incessantly as a cold light bloomed. The two of them fought hard against each other, both master and disciple using their clan's unique techniques and skills. As a result, their fighting styles were very similar. The only difference was that one had been trapped for a long time and was weaker in strength while the other was injured and fighting in the other party's territory. For a time, the battle was evenly matched. Meanwhile, they had both completely ignored Yang Kai. Xianbing was unaware that he had the Great Emperor's opportunity in his possession. She was focused on possessing Bailey Mo's body and devouring her disciple's soul, therefore she couldn't be bothered about Yang Kai's life or death. On the other hand, even if Bailey Mo wanted to save Yang Kai, she had no time to be distracted. Consequently, Yang Kai's situation was getting worse and worse. The situation had been bearable before these two women began fighting, but the freezing temperature across the entire Seoul battlefield sank steadily the moment their battle commenced. Yang Kai desperately drew upon his spiritual energy to defend against the cold. But even so, he was unable to protect himself fully. His body was gradually becoming covered by frost despite fleeing to the very edge of the battlefield. The biting cold not only made his soul shiver but also seemed to make his very thoughts freeze. Soon, the layer of frost turned into ice. It didn't take more than an incense stick worth of time before his entire soul avatar was completely frozen and his consciousness gradually faded as if he had fallen into a bottomless black abyss. It's really over for me now. I managed to escape Eternal Sky Continent from right under the nose of the 12 demon saints only to suffer a disastrous defeat in this damned place. Could anything be more vexing than this? Just before his entire consciousness plunged completely into the boundless darkness, a refreshing feeling suddenly swept across his soul avatar, giving him a start and waking him up abruptly. When his vision refocused, Yang Kai realized that he was still wrapped in a layer of ice and an unbearable chill had spread out throughout his soul. Fortunately, it wasn't as uncomfortable as before anymore under the influence of the refreshing feeling bubbling up from within him. Soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's eyes bulged wildly. He couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. How is the soul-warming lotus still working? My soul avatar has been dragged into the soul battlefield, but the soul-warming lotus wasn't. Logically speaking, the connection between myself and the soul-warming lotus should have been completely cut off. However, it now seemed that this connection had not been severed and Yang Kai realized that he could even summon the soul-warming lotus. In fact, it was not just the soul-warming lotus. He could also access everything in his knowledge sea. Upon perceiving this, Yang Kai silently closed his eyes and decided to make like a tortoise hiding in its shell for the time being. The battle between Xianbing and Bailey Mo was in full swing. Powerful spiritual energy overflowed, and the entire soul battlefield was in turmoil. It felt as though the soul battlefield would collapse at any time. The crystal-clear icebergs scattered around cracked and crumbled to dust, flooding the entire world with ice powder. At the same time, the delicate-looking yet deadly snowflakes floating in the sky became more and more violent. The two figures were entangled with each other in midair, sometimes colliding and sometimes separating as a mixture of pained cries and grunts echoed. A battle between souls was not an ordinary battle. Battles like these could only be described as extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could result in death. Every time these two collided with each other, both Xianbing and Bailey Mo would have to endure tremendous pain. It was a double-edged sword where both sides were injured as a result of clashing. These two women should have been master and disciple, but they were facing each other as though they were irreconcilable enemies. They were acting like they wanted the other party to die the most painful death possible. Now it was simply a matter of who could hold on longer. Ever since the fierce battle began, Bailey Mo had remained relatively calm, while on the other hand, Xianbing looked a little frustrated. It was obvious that she had fallen into a disadvantage, but this was not difficult to understand. Even if Bailey Mo's soul had been injured, she was still a demon saint. If not for her injury, Xianbing would not have been her opponent at all. Xianbing might be Bailey Mo's honored master, but that was still a matter that occurred tens of thousands of years ago. People were capable of improving in a matter of 3 days, much less tens of thousands of years. There was another violent collision and the entire soul battlefield shook from the impact. Only this time, the two women, Bailey Mo and Xianbing, did not separate again. Instead, they were stuck together tightly with their palms pressing against each other. Their spiritual energy raged wildly in their bodies, turning into an overwhelming force that oppressed their enemy. It's been tens of thousands of years. The day I've been waiting for is finally here. You will die here today, you unfilial disciple. Don't even think about having it easy. Xianbing's pretty face was twisted into a ferocious expression as she shouted hysterically. Bailey Mo's expression, on the other hand, remained solemn as she controlled her spiritual energy to fend off Xianbing and quickly commented, "Honored master, the past is in the past. Why don't we sit down and talk about this like civilized women? Talk? Xianbing laughed sarcastically. Talk about what? What is there to talk about between you and I, you bitch? I even abandoned my body just to deal with you. There's no going back anymore. Bailey said, but you are not my opponent, honored master. If this continues, you will die. Your body might be gone, but I can find a new body for you. You might still have a chance of making a comeback in the future. As if you were that kind-hearted. Xianbing sneered. Don't forget, I raised you. How can I not know what kind of temperament you have? The moment I stop pressuring you, you will immediately try to extinguish my soul. Bailey sighed softly. What can I do for you to believe me, honored master? Don't even dream about it. I will never believe you. Bailey sighed lightly. Even if I swear on the name of great demon god? Will you still not trust me, honored master? Xianbing's pupils dilated suddenly. You are willing to swear in the name of the great demon god? Bailey gently nodded. As long as you are willing to step down, honored master. Xianbing never expected Bailey to be so sincere, and her expression became a little dazed. But it was just for a moment before she immediately gave up on that thought in her heart and her expression became hideous again. Slowly shaking her head, she declared, it's too late. It's all too late. When I killed him back then, you and I were destined to kill each other one day. Bailey gritted her teeth. Do you have to be so hostile? I've made so many concessions for you on account that you are my honored master. I am willing to spare your life even now. It seems you don't know what's good for you. Xianbing coldly snorted. Don't bother with all those pretty words. I might not be your opponent, but what does it matter if I keep this up and die here? You will pay dearly regardless. She was determined to inflict a severe injury on Bailey even if it was the last thing she ever did. Bailey closed her eyes when her words could not get through to the other party. And when she opened them again, the fluctuation coming from her soul magnified several times, pressing down on Xianbing so hard that she audibly groaned. The two women were stuck in a deadlock above the void as the fluctuations of their respective spiritual energies decreased at an extremely obvious rate. Comparing the two, though, the speed of Xianbing's decline was much greater. It wouldn't take longer than an hour before she died. She might have borrowed Yang hands to forcibly drag Bailey Mo's soul into the soul battlefield, and Bailey also happened to be injured at this exact moment. But all her plans were for naught when her strength was inferior to her opponent's. Even so, Xianbing's gaze was practically spitting with fire when she glared at Bailey unwillingness and rage filling her eyes. A quarter hour later, the state of Xianbing's soul avatar had turned slightly translucent. That was a sign of overusing her spiritual energy. Even if she stopped now, she would not last long in this state before disappearing without a trace. On the other hand, Bailey who had been confronting Xianbing for all this time, was pale-faced and shaky. Neither woman dared to back down easily at this point, for they would be the first to be injured otherwise. This battle of spiritual energy would only end when one of them died, and judging from the current situation, the person who was bound to die was undoubtedly Xianbing. At that moment, another aura rapidly recovered some 5 kilometers away. It felt like a sleeping dragon had just awoken, and the two women turned to look in that direction in unison, both of them wearing stunned expressions on their faces. Yang, who had frozen earlier, suddenly jerked his eyes open. His spiritual energy surged and the soul-splitting saber appeared out of thin air and transformed into a curtain of light to cover himself. Afterwards, he broke free of his icy restraints with a loud crackling sound. Grabbing the soul-splitting saber in his hand, the corners of his mouth curled upwards into a slight smirk. The situation in this place was as he had expected. Everything in his knowledge could be summoned. I can summon the soul-splitting saber. That means I can probably summon that other thing too. His thoughts flashed, and a 7-colored light flashed beneath his feet. A 7-colored lotus appeared out of nowhere, lifting him up. He stepped onto the 7-colored soul-warming lotus with the soul-splitting saber resting on his shoulders. Looking like a great mountain king preparing to go down and commit banditry, he gallantly strode into the center of the battlefield. The cold winds raged and the ice principles ran rampant. However, a brilliant light circulated around the surroundings of the soul-warming lotus and blocked out all external harm, leaving Yang completely unaffected. Both Xianbing and Bailey were stunned and stared blankly in his direction. But it wasn't until Yang Kai came closer that Xianbing exclaimed, "You're still alive!" She had stopped paying attention to Yang Kai's situation after she started exchanging blows with Bai Liemo. For in her opinion, there was no need to pay too much attention to such a weak boy who could not survive for long in her soul battlefield. Contrary to expectations though, he not only survived but was also overflowing with energy. A vicious and hostile aura came bearing down on the two women as he came closer, causing her thoughts to freeze for a moment. Disappointed, Yang Kai grinned at her before turning to glance at Bai Liemo, his lips curling up into an evil grin. Bai Liemo's expression changed as she opened her mouth without any hesitation and spat something out. Her spiritual energy turned into an ice spike, shooting straight toward him. With a loud stabbing sound, the ice spike instantly penetrated his chest and left behind a gaping hole. Dazzling light flowed out of the wound, but there was no blood. It was his soul avatar after all, so it was only natural that there was no blood. Yang Kai lowered his head and glanced down in surprise, but after looking at his wound for some time, he looked up and stared at her again, his expression incredibly hostile. "That hurt, you bitch." Saying so, he stepped on the soul-warming lotus, rushed towards her, and slapped her with his palm. Pa! She was struck so hard that her head tilted to the side. If it had been her physical body, a five-fingered palm print would have appeared on her face by now. Bai Liemo wasn't the only one who was stunned by the blow. It also left Xianbing utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the wound on Yang Kai's body in a daze, unable to understand how he remained safe and sound. His soul avatar had suffered such a grievous wound. Even if he didn't die from it, he should have lost all ability to fight back. But instead he remained alive and kicking. This wasn't normal. While both women remained frozen in shock, a seven-colored light flowed out of the wound on his chest, and the gaping hole created by the ice spike began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the soul-warming lotus under his foot flashed with a radiance that was extremely dazzling. Soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure, Xianbing screamed, staring at the seven-color lotus with a scorching gaze. Although he had been standing on the soul-warming lotus, she had not thought much of it. She was simply amazed by the tenacity of his vitality, which allowed him to persist until now. It wasn't until this moment that she saw the miraculous effects of the soul-warming lotus with her own eyes and realization dawned on her. The soul-warming lotus was a unique supreme treasure, one that was born from the primordial chaos itself. No wonder he managed to survive. He was protected by this treasure. The environment in the soul battlefield might be harsh, but how could it possibly kill him? That was a treasure that only existed in legends. She never thought that she would ever witness it with her own eyes one day. Xianbing, who had resolved herself to death, couldn't help but become revitalized again. Her current condition was very dire. She had no physical body, so she could not live for long unless she successfully possessed Bai Liemo's body. However, things would be different with the soul-warming lotus. If she could get her hands on this supreme treasure, then her soul would never be at risk of dissipating. Not only could she make a comeback and turn the situation around in one fell swoop, but she might also be able to successfully possess Bai Liemo's body. Even Bai Liemo was stunned when Xianbing's words entered her ears. As a demon saint, she should have been furious after being slapped like that. However, she actually forgot to become angry when she heard those three words, soul-warming lotus. She simply turned around and stared at the seven-colored lotus, dumbfounded. She might hate Xianbing to the core, but she believed in the latter's vision. Besides, she was a demon saint, so she could also perceive that the seven-colored lotus was something extraordinary. He has the soul-warming lotus. What a terrifying opportunity. No wonder I've always felt that his soul cultivation is higher than his realm suggested. So it was because of this. Not to mention he has part of the star boundaries will in him and is also proficient in the Tao of space. Any one of these three is an unattainable dream for most people, and yet all of them are gathered together in one person. Is he the illegitimate son of the heavens themselves or something? How can any one person's luck be so good? While Bai Liemo was still caught up in her thoughts, Yang Kai slapped her again. Pa! Her head turned to the side from the force of the blow, but this time she furiously jerked her head back and gritted her teeth. You! Pa! Her head turned to the side once more. Pa! After 3 consecutive slaps, her tender body shuddered. She was livid. She was a demon saint. How could she allow herself to be slapped by another person? This humiliation was simply unbearable. The rage in her heart turned into a towering tidal wave, and a malevolent aura surged violently in her body. Nevertheless, she did not dare to turn her head again. She did not know why, but she had the feeling that this boy had changed a little since the last time she met him. There was now a ruthlessness behind his words and actions that was not present before. "Don't you dare go too far?" She lowered her gaze, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Me? Go too far?" Xianxia grinned savagely as he swung the soul-splitting saber and rested it on her white neck and declared coldly, "Who is the one who went too far? I'm sure you yourself know the truth in your heart. I warned you. If you don't kill me, I will kill you instead. Do you regret it now?" Mo didn't say anything in response. However, she was practically gnashing her teeth to bits. Meanwhile, Xianxia tilted his head to look at Xianbing and smiled. "Senior, your schemes are truly deep. I nearly died because of your tricks. When you first handed the profound darkness needle to me, you didn't warn me that I'd be in danger too once it activated." Xianbing answered in a manner that was neither negative nor affirmative. "When two fight to the death, the third takes all. You just sat back and watched us destroy each other. Aren't you reaping the benefits now?" "Ha!" Xianxia rested the soul-splitting saber on his shoulders, rubbing his chin with the other hand as he said, "That's because this young master was lucky. If it had been anybody else, they would have died by now." Xianbing remained silent and her expression changed, but he could not tell what she was thinking. He looked around their surroundings and spoke in an indisputable tone. "You have 2 options. Either I kill you both in one move or I slowly hack you both to death. Choose." While speaking, he slowly lifted the soul-splitting saber. His spiritual energy surged, and the blade light fluctuated in an unstable manner. It looked like a venomous snake waiting to strike. Xianbing and Mo both turned slightly pale. The 2 women never imagined that the situation would take such a turn in the end. They had been fighting each other desperately with their lives on the line only for an outsider to ultimately swoop in and take advantage of the situation. Without any hesitation whatsoever, Mo looked at Xianbing and stated, "I will count to 3 and we will withdraw at the same time." At this time, the only way for them to get out of this crisis was if they agreed to a temporary truce. Even if she was a demon saint, she would die if Xianxia swung his blade at them right now, so she unceremoniously started counting the moment the words left her mouth. Xianxia stood by the side and sneered, the aura emanating from the soul-splitting saber becoming more and more dangerous, and before she could count to 3, the soul-splitting saber was already slashing toward her without any mercy. In his opinion, Mo was undoubtedly more dangerous than Xianbing. Hence, if he wanted to kill anybody, he had to kill the demon saint first. Furthermore, Xianbing's soul avatar was currently in a translucent state, so she bore no threat to him at all. It has only been less than a month since Bright Moon passed away. If I can kill a demon saint here, then it can count as revenge on Bright Moon's behalf. Mo's expression changed drastically when she saw the saber slashing down at her, and she was preparing to withdraw her hand regardless of the damage it would cause her. "Wait a moment," Xianbing suddenly shouted. "I have something to say." The sword light paused just above Mo's head, its sharp aura cutting into the female demon saint's soul avatar, causing her to feel a piercing pain. She was so scared that her complexion turned pale and her soul quaked. Xianxia turned to look at Xianbing and said frostily, "It had better not be nonsense. I don't have much patience." Xianbing cut straight to the chase. "Do you want a demon saint who will obey you and serve you? If you do, then you had better listen to what I have to say." "Ha!" He raised his eyebrows at her with a surprised expression. "What do you mean?" "I meant it literally." Xianxia pondered in silence for a moment before turning to look at Mo and coldly said, "Don't tell me you plan to help me subdue her?" In order to subdue somebody, he would have to plant his soul imprint into that person's knowledge, see or force that person to hand over their soul brand to him. Only then could he control their life or death with a single thought. It was not his first time doing something like this, of course. However, the premise was that his soul cultivation had to be higher than the other parties. That was the only way he could break through the opponent's soul defenses. Unfortunately, Bailey Mo was a demon saint, so he did not have the confidence to be able to control her. Xian Bing gave a mocking laugh. The difference in strength between the two of you is too big. Even with my help, you won't be able to subdue her. She paused for a moment, the corners of her mouth lifting. But I have an excellent plan. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. Even if you can pull this off, how does it benefit you? It doesn't benefit me whatsoever. She laughed wildly. Not only does it not come with any benefits, but it also comes with many downsides. However, I've said this before, even if I die, I will make this bitch pay for what she did. Bailey Mo quickly spoke up when she heard those words. Boy, this woman is extremely vile and cunning. Don't be deceived by her. Yang Kai immediately pressed the soul-splitting saber down a little harder as he rubbed his chin and said to her, if you dare speak another word without my permission, I will kill you immediately. Bailey Mo trembled with fury in response, and her gaze was filled with hatred. Once Bailey Mo had settled down, Yang Kai turned back to Xian Bing. Explain it to me in detail. How are you going to help me? He had to admit that what Xian Bing had said was very attractive. Killing a demon saint wasn't bad, but the benefits that came with killing a demon saint were simply too small compared to subduing one. Naturally, by planting a soul imprint. Are you messing with me? Yang Kai's expression immediately fell, and he felt like he had been toyed with. It was a very unpleasant feeling. Xian Bing simply laughed. Of course not. I am not joking. I know what you are worried about. You're afraid you won't be able to break through this bitch's soul defenses because her soul cultivation is greater than yours. But what if somebody actively cooperates with you? Yang Kai's expression turned even uglier. Is she such a fool that she will cooperate with this kind of thing? While speaking, he lost his patience and the aura coming from his body became extremely dangerous. Of course, she won't cooperate with you. But this queen will. Xian Bing laughed heartily, a sadistic and deranged expression appearing on her face. Originally, Bailey Mo did not take Xian Bing's words too seriously. However, she suddenly seemed to realize something after hearing those words, and her expression changed greatly as she glared at Xian Bing furiously, a trace of fear seeping into her beautiful eyes. The change in her expression did not go unnoticed by Yang Kai, and it made what Xian Bing said seem much more credible. Xian Bing continued, you can plant a soul imprint in me. That way, my life will be in your hands, and then... She turned a cool gaze toward Bailey Mo. I will try and possess this bitch. If it all works out, this queen's life will still be in your hands. If it fails, what will happen if you fail? Yang Kai asked, narrowing his eyes at her. This bitch will have to devour this queen's soul. The soul imprint will then be transferred to her and take effect on her instead. She laughed maniacally. So whether I succeed or fail, you will still be able to subdue a demon saint. What do you think of this deal? Upon hearing these words, Yang Kai's pupils expanded abruptly. If it was truly as Xian Bing had said, then it was a deal with no cost but great returns. It was highly attractive indeed. Even so, how could he believe her words so easily? He glanced at Bailey Mo and saw the anxious expression on her face. She looked like she had something to say but didn't dare to speak up. So he immediately asked, do you have something to say? Bailey Mo urgently said, don't believe her. She is lying to you. He turned to look back at Xian Bing just in time to see her smiling coldly. Every word I've said is the truth. Brat, if you have the slightest sense, then you will know that I can't deceive you in this kind of thing. Bailey Mo scoffed. Is that so? Regardless of which one among us devours the other, our spiritual energy is not something he can compare with. So, what if we are marked by a soul imprint? We only need a little bit of time to break free from those restraints. Xian Bing nodded. As you've said, it will take some time, but we can break free from the restraints. But what if he strengthens the soul imprint every few days? Bailey Mo's expression changed drastically as she ground her teeth and snapped. You're digging your own grave. Xian Bing laughed heartily. Are you afraid? That's good. This queen is just repaying you for what you did to me in the past. Do you know how I survived these tens of thousands of years? If it wasn't for my desire to take revenge against you, I would have died long ago. She abruptly turned around to stare at Yang Kai and snarled at him through gritted teeth. If you find this offer tempting, then hurry up and assist me. Otherwise, everything will be in vain if she manages to escape. How can I help you? Yang Kai asked quietly. In such a short time, he had considered his options carefully and couldn't help being tempted by her proposal. Now that things had come down to this, he could only take this risky gamble. If it worked out, then he would be able to subdue a demon saint. Use the power of the soul-warming lotus and replenish my spiritual energy. That will be enough, she shouted through gritted teeth. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately did as she asked. As he drew on the power of the soul-warming lotus, a seven-colored light bloomed and enveloped her. Xian Bing, who had been stuck in a stalemate against Bei Liemo, couldn't help giving a soft moan. Her translucent body solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, but that wasn't all. A light shone from within her body, making her look extremely ethereal. Bei Liemo's expression was so dark that it was practically dripping with gloom. Don't resist, Yang Kai shouted. Xian Bing hesitated for a moment before doing as he asked. With a surge of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, a chain mysteriously appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around her soul avatar. Then it sank into her body and disappeared. At the same time, he felt a strange and wondrous feeling in his heart. Before he could figure out what it was though, Xian Bing spoke. You can leave now. Next up will be my battle with her. After she said that, a huge force of rejection surged in all directions and forcefully kicked him out of the soul battlefield. He only had time to curse at her before his vision blurred and his soul returned to his physical body. A fragrant scent wafted in front of him, mixed with the smell of blood. He lifted his gaze and saw that he was still standing in their previous posture. He had one dragon claw stuck in Bei Liemo's chest and was clutching her beating demon heart. The embodiment sensed something and immediately flew over, asking in a worried tone, "What happened?" It's hard to explain. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he sent all his experiences in the soul battlefield to the embodiment. A short while later, the embodiment exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe that happened." Yang Kai replied with a sullen expression, "From the looks of things, I was deceived by Xian Bing." At the last moment, the strange and wondrous feeling he experienced when he planted a soul imprint on Xian Bing's soul avatar clearly indicated that even if he had marked her, he was still incapable of controlling a demon saint's life. The gap between their soul cultivations was simply too wide. Should we just? The embodiment stared at Bei Liemo, who was motionless and had a pained expression on her face, and swiped his hand across his stony neck. This was indeed the best time to kill Bei Liemo, as the other party was utterly incapable of fighting back right now. Yang Kai could turn her into a pile of mincemeat with ease, but all his previous efforts would be for naught if he did that. So he pondered in silence for a while before saying, "Let's wait and see." Although he had no way to control a demon saint, the soul imprint he planted was not without effect. Now he just had to see how much of an effect it would have. In addition, Yang Kai was currently holding Bei Liemo's demon heart in his hand. He could severely injure her at any time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. In any case, it didn't matter who emerged victorious from the soul battlefield. That person's soul would ultimately return to the body in front of him. I'm afraid time waits for no one. The embodiment's expression turned solemn. Shueli and Yu Rumeng have arrived on Cloud Shadow Continent. Yang Kai frowned upon hearing this. As the master of the continent, the embodiment must have sensed something for him to say that. Yu Rumeng's arrival was not a big deal. In fact, it was a good thing. Shueli, on the other hand, gave Yang Kai a headache. Should I lead Yu Rumeng here? The embodiment asked. Yang Kai pondered for a while before slowly shaking his head in response, "No need. Don't let her know about the situation here for the time being." Even though he had received a lot of protection from her on Eternal Sky Continent previously, he still could not completely trust her. Bringing her here before he could fully understand the situation would only add to the variables. She had a long-standing feud with Bei Liemo and might even take the opportunity to get rid of Bei Liemo if she saw her in this situation. Rather, it could also be said that Yang Kai had no intention of telling her about this even if it worked out. It was necessary to be prepared. Who was to say this hidden hand wouldn't save his life one day? Unfortunately, the two demon saints had already arrived on Cloud Shadow Continent, so it was only a matter of time before they discovered this place. Now, it all depended on how long the embodiment could conceal the disruption here. How long can you delay them? Yang Kai asked. The embodiment shook his head. I don't have the means to delay them. They are currently searching around Cloud Shadow Continent and will find this place within an hour. Yang Kai's expression sank after hearing this. I'm afraid it's too late to change locations now. There were still traces of Bei Li Mo's aura here, so even if they switched locations, it would not make a difference. He could only hope that Xian Bing and Bei Li Mo could decide on a winner between them within an hour. For a time, everything went silent. Only the demon heart Yang Kai was holding in his hand continued to beat rhythmically. But just an incense stick of time later, Yang Kai suddenly noticed the resurgence of spiritual energy in Bei Li Mo's body. Immediately following that, her hollow, beautiful eyes suddenly came alive again. She also seemed to feel pain again and couldn't help groaning. As her vision focused, she saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a wary expression. He had one hand stuck in her chest, gripping her heart firmly in his hand, which left her unable to breathe. Bei Li Mo? Yang Kai raised his brow at her. Each person had a different soul aura. Thus, he could tell who the soul that revived in this body belonged to. He was slightly relieved that the feeling he felt in Xian Bing's soul avatar had not disappeared. So it looked like what she had said was true. The soul imprint had been transferred to Bei Li Mo. Bei Li Mo gritted her teeth and hissed, staring at him with eyes that were practically spitting fire. So, Xian Bing died? He breathed out softly. It did not come as a huge surprise. Xian Bing herself had not been confident that she could devour and possess Bei Li Mo, so this outcome was well within his expectations. Are you disappointed? Bei Li Mo gave a cold laugh. I can't say that I am. He shook his head faintly. For me, it doesn't matter who lives and who dies. In any case, neither of you were good from the start. Bei Li Mo took a deep breath, and her ample bosom rose and fell. That movement affected the injury on her chest, and she involuntarily furrowed her brow slightly. Lowering her head, she looked down at his claw and asked, "Can you remove your hand now? Don't you think it's rude to treat a woman like this? You are a demon saint. It's not like you're an ordinary woman." Yang Kai gave a soft snort. Even so, he did not insist and simply did as she asked, slowly releasing her demon heart and withdrawing his dragon claw. Blood splattered everywhere as she groaned again in response, her complexion turning pale. Before she could catch her breath, Yang Kai had already pushed his divine sense. Bei Li Mo immediately clutched at her head and wailed loudly, lifting her gaze as she glared at him and shouted, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai replied lightly, testing out the power of the soul imprint. "Stop! Are you trying to kill me?" She screamed. She was in so much pain that she had crouched to the ground and was trembling all over. In response, Yang Kai just looked down at her condescendingly with a cold and ruthless expression. "Stop pretending in front of me. I know that it's impossible for me to kill you even with this soul imprint. But that doesn't stop me from causing you pain. Remember this feeling. If you dare to have any malicious thoughts towards me one day, this pain will accompany you until the day you die." The soul imprint could not control her life or death, but it could restrict her actions. If he inflicted this pain on her while she was engaged in a decisive battle with somebody else, she would definitely die on the spot. Bei Li Mo's anguished wails were extremely bleak, and it could be seen that she was in great pain. Murderous intent poured out of her body uncontrollably, but she didn't dare to do anything else out of fear. He had already pushed the power of the soul imprint to the maximum. He wasn't trying to kill her. It only made her miserable wailing become even more desolate. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He had already tested how effective the soul imprint was. It was different from what Xian Bing had claimed, but it was still within the acceptable range. Bei Li Mo was currently lying on the ground like a puddle of sweat, panting heavily, drenched from head to toe, her beautiful eyes vacantly staring at the sky. For a moment, she was unable to focus her sight. She felt on the verge of death. Eventually, a gust of wind blew and a chill ran down her back, causing her to shiver and finally return to her senses. She looked up and saw Yang Kai standing in front of her, looking down at her from above. She turned her head away, clenching her fists tightly. The corners of her eyes were slightly moist. "I have never endured such humiliation ever since I became a demon saint. Xian Bing, that bitch. I can't believe she pulled this trick on me even at the cost of her life. Open up your knowledge, see. I need to reinforce the soul imprint. Yang Kai instructed. She didn't move, acting like she was deaf. To which Yang Kai laughed angrily. Stop acting as if you've been defiled and disgraced by me. Do you know how seductive you look right now? If it arouses my more base instincts. Before he could finish his sentence, Bailey Mo got up shakily, her teeth biting into her red lips as the grief and rage she felt could not be more extreme. I will not repeat myself, Yang Kai said with a cold expression. Bailey Mo closed her eyes at those words for fear that she might lose control and attack him if she saw his face. That's better. He chuckled, his divine sense surging as it poured into her knowledge sea. I'm warning you. Reinforce the soul imprint if you want, but I will fight you to the death if you dare to pry into my privacy. She opened her eyes abruptly and snarled. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he nodded. Rest assured, I don't have the habit of peeping into others' private lives. After he said that, he began to act. Bailey Mo remained vigilant, however, and it was only when she confirmed that he really had no intention of making any extra movements that a sense of relief washed over her. As the soul imprint in her knowledge sea had been transferred from Xian Bing, it had inevitably become slightly weaker. His act of reinforcement would ensure that the soul imprint remained firm. Having done that, he stated, I need you to give me your soul brand. I'm sure you can fulfill my request, Holy Venerable. What if I refuse? Her expression was extremely ugly. That's okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Rumeng is currently on Cloud Shadow Continent. I can lead her here. I'm sure she will be happy to have a good talk with you. Bailey Mo's expression changed drastically at those words. The soul imprint Yang Kai had planted in her knowledge sea was not a done deal. After all, she only needed to spend some time and pay a small price to get rid of it. Once she purged it, she would be able to regain her freedom. However, it really would be over if Yu Rumeng learned about this. Given her relationship with Yu Rumeng, Bailey Mo was certain Yu Rumeng would be more than happy to plant another soul imprint in her knowledge sea. Yu Rumeng had the most powerful soul cultivation among the 12 demon saints since she originated from the Charm Demon clan. Even Huang Wuji had to concede this point. If she were to plant a soul imprint on Bailey Mo, then Bailey Mo would never have the chance to regain her freedom again. Bailey Mo would truly become a pawn in her hands. Thus, she took this threat seriously while her hatred towards Xian Bing peaked. If that bitch had not revealed so much information earlier, this little bastard would never have been so cautious. Bailey Mo glared bitterly and resentfully at Yang Kai for a long time before she suddenly smiled and said, I don't mind giving you my soul brand. In any case, it will only hurt me a little even if you destroy it. It won't kill me. Even when her soul manifestation was destroyed by Bright Moon, she had only been injured, not killed. So how could a mere soul brand threaten her life? I know. Yang Kai smiled lightly. But it's still better than nothing. He certainly could not rely on a mere soul imprint or soul brand to control a demon saint. Nevertheless, with these two pieces of insurance in hand, he could ensure that Bailey Mo would not dare to play tricks in front of him so easily. Seeing his insistence, Bailey Mo was filled with a sense of helplessness, and in the end, she nodded. Good. I'll do as you wish. But you have to promise to treat me well, otherwise this saint won't comply with you. He asked, if you don't think a promise from me is trustworthy, then what's the point of giving you my word? Bailey Mo couldn't help spitting disdainfully at those words. A short while later, he received her soul brand and placed it on the 7-colored island. Only then did he relax and turn to look at her. You better not destroy the soul imprint. I will be checking on it every so often. If I find out that you've disobeyed me, I will make you suffer so much that you beg for death. I know, she replied in a grudging manner. Also, he rubbed his chin in thought, don't let others know about this matter between us. Bailey Mo blinked her eyes at those words and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Not even you, Rumeng? That's my business. You don't need to worry about it. Knitting her brow and thinking about it, it took a while before Bailey Mo covered her lips with her hand and smiled prettily. Strange. Aren't you under the control of the Heart Seal secret technique? Why do you seem to be so guarded against her? None of your damn business. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Bailey Mo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and a meaningful smile appeared on her face as though she had discovered some dark secret. Then, she saw him stretching out his hand at her and she frowned and asked, What? Give me your space ring. He was staring at the ring on her finger. Taken aback, she exclaimed in surprise. You want to rob me? Are you insane? In response, Yang Kai swiftly turned his head and looked at the embodiment. Get Rumeng. Here. She snatched the ring off her finger and threw it at him viciously, her complexion pale in anger. Yang Kai took the ring and poured his divine sense into it, checking out the contents with a feeling of excitement. How many good things would there be inside a demon saint's space ring? After all, it was an accumulation of at least several tens of thousands of years. There certainly were quite a lot of amazing things. Demon crystals were piled high like mountains along with countless demon artifacts. There were also some items for women, as well as some bright and colorful clothes. Those clothes came in all sorts of different shapes and sizes. Some were extremely revealing while some were more modest. He couldn't help fantasizing about how those clothes would look on her if she wore them. It would definitely be very seductive. When that thought crossed his mind, he inadvertently lifted his head to sweep his eyes over her. She seemed to know what he had seen. Sneering coldly, she consciously or unconsciously stretched out her hand to push her hair behind her ear, her actions revealing her infinite charm. He withdrew his gaze and continued rummaging through the space ring and soon found what he was looking for: myriad demon pills. Myriad demon pills were unique to the demon realm and had a great effect on all members of the demon race that were in and above the Demon King realm. The role of myriad demon pills could not be understated in the reason why the demon race had so many high-end masters. In fact, it could even be said to play a decisive role in the matter. In the past, Yang Kai had found quite a few myriad demon pills on the continents that had disappeared. However, those myriad demon pills had all been consumed by the embodiment. Doing so had allowed him to advance to the realm of half-saint in a very short time. Unfortunately, the path of advancing from half-saint to demon saint was another long and tedious journey. The power that one needed to accumulate for that purpose was unimaginable. In other words, it required a huge amount of myriad demon pills. The embodiment wasn't the only one who required them, however, as Yang Kai believed that he also needed them now. He had not been able to consume myriad demon pills before because the nature of the power in his body had clashed with them, but it was different now. His Emperor Qi had been converted into demon Qi, so the myriad demon pills should be very useful to him. Therefore, it was only natural for him to rob Bai Liemo of her possessions at a time like this. As a demon saint, nobody could threaten her safety in the entire demon realm, so for that reason she would definitely carry all her precious items with her. He did not count how many myriad demon pills she had in her space ring, but there were at least 10,000. He did not hold back in front of her. Transferring those myriad demon pills into his own space ring, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "Is that all the myriad demon pills you have?" Bailey Mo's expression was murderous. "Is that amount not enough to satisfy you?" He laughed mischievously. "One can never have too much good stuff." He looked at her sharply. "Are you hiding the rest somewhere else? What is there to hide?" She was annoyed. "I have so many subordinates under me. Do you think none of them need to consume these pills? Don't I have to hand out rewards every year? Did you think the demon saints get to accumulate a lot of myriad demon pills? If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Rumeng yourself. You can see just how many myriad demon pills she has." Yang Kai chuckled softly without saying anything. Having said so much, she probably wasn't lying to him on this point. Besides, there were more than 10,000 myriad demon pills, which would be enough for both him and the embodiment to use for several years. He didn't take all of them, of course, leaving 100 for her. Then he began helping himself to the demon crystals in her ring. Demon crystals were of little use to a demon saint, so there were not many of them in her space ring. She only had around 1 billion or so, but they were all high-ranked demon crystals. After the demon crystals, he started on the demon artifacts. In short, he took everything of value. After some time, he finally returned the space ring to her. Bailiemo checked her losses and grimly laughed. "You sure are shameless." In such a short time, at least half of all the good items in her space ring were pilfered. It was equivalent to having what she had accumulated for half of her entire life stolen by him. Before Yang Kai could reply, the embodiment suddenly spoke up. "They're here." Yang Kai's expression became stern as he glared at Bai Liemo and warned, "Don't say anything unnecessary." Bai Liemo frowned at those words, but soon understood who Yang Kai and the embodiment were referring to by they. Two streams of light flying side by side sped over in a rush. The auras of the two demon saints were very obvious. With two whooshing sounds, Yu Meng and Xueli landed almost at the same time and revealed their figures. As soon as Yu Meng saw Bei Liemo standing there, the pupils of her eyes contracted. She immediately stood in front of Yang Kai and glared fixedly at Bei Liemo before turning her head to the side and asking, "Are you okay?" Obviously, this question was not directed at Bei Liemo but at Yang Kai, who was standing behind her. Yang Kai smiled, "I'm fine." She calmed down at those words, but even so, she looked doubtful. Bei Liemo is standing right there. How can he be fine? Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Bei Liemo seemed to be injured as there was blood staining the front of Bei Liemo's chest. What happened here? Who injured Bei Liemo? She was not in such a miserable state when we went our separate ways back on Eternal Sky Continent. Xueli was having the same doubts. His crimson eyes flicked towards Bei Liemo before glancing back to Yu Meng. He gave a low chuckle and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. At the same time, a dangerous aura began to spread out too. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Bei Liemo's mood was as gloomy as it could get, so she glared at Xueli and snarled, "Laugh again and I'll knock your teeth out." The corners of Xueli's eyes twitched. He did not know how he had offended this woman, but he stopped laughing and commented, "I can't believe you didn't do anything. It's absolutely shocking." She glanced sideways at him and asked, "Why don't you try?" He said, "How about you and I work together instead? We can discuss who owns the little brat afterwards." Standing opposite him, Yu Meng had a posture indicating that she was going to protect Yang Kai with everything she had. Thus, it would be quite difficult for him to succeed with his power alone. It wouldn't work unless he cooperated with Bei Liemo and faced Yu Meng 2-on-1. One person could keep Yu Meng busy while the other abducted Yang Kai. That way, Yu Meng would be rendered helpless. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Meng's expression became frosty. The demon chi in her body became agitated, and she looked like she would fight them to the death if either Xueli or Bei Liemo dared to make a move. Unexpectedly, Bei Liemo chuckled and stated, "Go ahead and attack if you want, but I'm not going to get involved in this matter." Both Xueli and Yu Meng were stunned by those words and turned to stare at her suspiciously. Xueli asked frowningly, "Why?" Bei Liemo's answer was simply too shocking. With such a tempting morsel placed right in front of them, how could any demon saint not be tempted by it? He couldn't believe that Bei Liemo had just said she would not be intervening in this matter. Had she gone insane? Bei Liemo said lightly, "Because I don't want to get on the wrong side of Senior Brother Huang." Xueli felt even more puzzled than before. What has this got to do with Senior Brother Huang? After saying that, he seemed horrified and glanced around their surroundings. "Is Senior Brother Huang here? How could Senior Brother Huang be here?" She laughed lightly. "It's just that. Senior Brother Huang once mentioned before that this rotten brat could keep the opportunity if he truly became a member of the demon race. And he has the qualifications now." Xueli scowled at those words and asked, "Isn't he a human? Since when did he become a member of our demon race?" Likewise, Yu Meng was very confused by what she heard. While those two were wallowing in confusion, Yang Kai stepped out from behind Yu Meng and the demon chi in his body surged with every step he took. Xueli was astonished. Similarly, Yu Meng stared blankly at Yang Kai's back. A look of pleasant surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. The scene before them undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai had completely undergone demonification and became a demon. Even if he was born a human in the star boundary, only a member of the demon race could have such pure demon chi. This was great news for both Yu Meng and Yang Kai. She had been worried about what to do if he fell into the hands of the other demon saints, but everything was fine now. Now that he was a part of the demon race, all those problems could be solved easily. After all, nobody would dare take Huang Wuji's words lightly. "How is it? I can be considered a member of the demon race now, right?" Yang Kai asked lightly while staring at Xueli. Xueli looked extremely unwilling and his expression changed several times in the process. Then he activated his divine sense and said something to Bei Liemo via transmission. Bei Liemo immediately sneered and spoke out loud. "You can do those deceitful acts on your own. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to offend Senior Brother Huang." His expression darkened when he heard her answer. "I only just realized for the first time that she is a lunatic. I sent her a divine sense transmission in secret, so why would she blurt things out so blatantly? How am I supposed to get out of this now? How embarrassing, Shueli, what crazy stunt are you still trying to pull? Ru Meng screamed. Although Bailey Mo had not expressed it clearly, the meaning behind her words could not be more obvious. Shueli had yet to give up and wanted to work together with Bailey Mo to capture Yang Kai. In any case, only the three of them knew that Yang Kai had undergone demonification. Once they had accomplished their goal, Ru Meng would be helpless against them. There was no use crying over spilt milk, so Huang Wuji would not say much either. Shueli, however, just smiled brightly. I just wanted to offer my congratulations. What nonsense are you talking about? Ru Meng did not dwell on the matter as there was no point in doing so. Instead, she simply replied, there is nothing to congratulate me for. This was Yang Kai's opportunity in the first place. This is my territory, Cloud Shadow Continent. You should leave. I will inform Senior Brother Huang about Yang Kai's demonification myself. He will be the one to have the final say in this matter. Shueli nodded. Good. You do that. After saying that, he looked at Yang Kai with some regret before slowly shaking his head and flying off. If Bailey Mo refused to cooperate with him, then there was nothing he could do to Ru Meng with his power alone. Besides, it wouldn't do him any good to confront Ru Meng. While Yang Kai certainly had the great emperor's opportunity, it would take a long time for him to grow up. He might be able to seize this chance again over the course of these long years ahead. Ru Meng stared in the direction Shueli was leaving, and only after she confirmed that he had left did she turn to look at Bailey Mo with a vigilant expression on her face. What the hell are you planning now? Bailey Mo's attitude today was extremely unexpected. Just going by the relationship between her and Ru Meng, it would not have been strange for her to cooperate with Shueli. But on the contrary, she was going out of her way to protect Yang Kai. If she had not insisted on her decision, the situation today would not have been resolved so easily. It left Ru Meng feeling extremely puzzled. However, what baffled her even more was Bailey Mo herself. Bailey Mo had obviously been here for a while, and with her temperament, why hadn't she done anything to Yang Kai? Ru Meng did not believe that a mere word from Huang Wuji could make Bailey Mo act so carefully, as though she was worried she might harm an innocent person. Huang Wuji might be the strongest among the demon saints, but Bailey Mo was a demon saint too, not his subordinate, so why was she being so obedient? Ru Meng couldn't shake the vague feeling that something was off. I'm not planning anything. Bailey Mo laughed softly before she turned to Yang Kai with bright eyes and spoke with great affection. I just took a liking to him. Can't I? That tender and affectionate attitude gave Yang Kai goosebumps. Ru Meng sneered. Is that really all? What else could it be? Bailey Mo raised her chin and glared at Ru Meng provocatively. If not for your untimely arrival, I would have gotten much more intimate with him. Good. Ru Meng responded tit for tat, waving her hand widely. If that's your true intention, then why don't I grant your wish? Do it right here, with the sky as your blanket and the ground as your bed. Why don't you show me how you intend to get on with it? After saying that, she turned to look at Yang Kai. Don't be fooled by this woman's age. She has never experienced the taste of a man before. If you can get on top of her, then you would have gotten the better end of the deal. Yang Kai felt sweat dripping down his back and couldn't find the right words to form a response. Bailey Mo, however, retorted. You speak as though you've experienced the taste of a man before. The two of them suddenly began glaring daggers at each other. Neither one of them was willing to back down. As their demon saint auras collided with each other, even the world seemed to pale slightly. Be that as it may, Bailey Mo was suffering from an injury currently, and that placed her at a slight disadvantage in this contest, so it didn't take long before her complexion paled slightly. Flicking out her sleeve in irritation, she broke her staring competition with Ru Meng and coldly snorted, You owe me a favor for what happened today. You will return it to me one day. After saying that, she turned and flew off. Yang Kai could not stop her from leaving. Thus, he could only watch as she disappeared into the distance, secretly making up his mind to visit soaring snow continent soon to check on her. He couldn't allow her to break free of the soul imprint he had planted in her knowledge sea. Although he could not control her life with that soul imprint, it still might come in handy during critical moments. Following Bailey Mo's departure, Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were the only ones left in this place. The embodiment had long since secretly and silently sunk into the ground when Bei Liemo left. Yu Rumeng stood there thinking hard for a while before she turned to look at Yang Kai with a frown. "What did that woman do to you?" Yang Kai shook his head in response. "She didn't do anything. Why was she hurt?" "Who hurt her?" "I don't know. She was already in that condition when she arrived." Yu Rumeng stared at him deeply as if trying to look deep into his heart, but he simply returned her look calmly. A long time passed before she sighed softly and walked over. Holding his hand, she said gently, "Don't worry. Nobody can do anything to you with me here." Reversing her hold so that he was holding her hand instead, he smiled, "I'm not worried. You, on the other hand, I've caused so much trouble for you." Before he could finish his sentence, she pressed a finger to his lips. Her eyes that were like shimmering water gazed up at him, and her red lips parted softly. "Are words like these necessary between us?" They gazed at each other for a moment before he leaned down and kissed her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly before she slowly closed her eyes. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and her ample peaks pressed up against his chest to the point they became deformed. A long while later, their lips parted and Yang Kai picked her up in a princess carry and whispered, "Let's go back to the palace." With a flash of thought from the embodiment, who was lurking underground, Yang Kai felt his vision blurring for a moment before he found himself standing outside the main palace of Cloud Shadow City with Yu Rumeng. Many demon kings were feeling extremely worried inside the palace at the moment. The changes that occurred on Eternal Sky Continent had been completely unexpected, and none of them could have imagined the outcome. The plan was devised by the 12 demon saints themselves, and more than 100 half-saints had participated in that battle. In the process, more than 10 half-saints had fallen in battle, and the demon race lost more than 100 million soldiers. And yet, the final winner turned out to be Yang Kai. It would not have been a big deal if it had only been an ordinary opportunity. However, it was an opportunity that even half-saints fought over desperately, and the demon saints could not ignore. How could it be so easy to keep? There was no way Yang Kai could survive after being chased by all the demon saints and half-saints combined. Among them, the gloomiest-looking ones were the 3 high-rank demon kings from Blue Plains continent. That couldn't be helped. Tu Chaluo, Baja, and Guli had given Yang Kai their soul brands, so their fates were connected to his. Thus, they would not be spared either if anything were to happen to him. In the days since they withdrew from Eternal Sky Continent and returned to Cloud Shadow Continent, these 3 had been in a constant state of misery. Moreover, they prayed more fervently than anyone else for Yang Kai to return safely and soundly. At present, He-In, Kusan, and Lao Ku were gathered together with these 3 high-rank demon kings. It wasn't to monitor them. Rather, the 3 high-rank demon kings were simply trying to assess Yang Kai's situation from their current states. If they died suddenly, then it would mean that something had happened to Yang Kai. On the other hand, if they remained alive and well, then it would mean that Yang Kai was also safe and sound. The main hall was silent for a long time, shrouded in a heavy and suffocating atmosphere, when suddenly, a strange power fluctuation came from the outside. The entire group of demon kings looked up, and in the next moment, they stood up in unison and stared in shock at the figure striding into the palace from the outside, their eyes bulging at the sight. Lao Ku even rubbed his eyes vigorously, for fear that he was suffering from hallucinations. "Great King!" The 3 demon kings from Blue Plains continent had already rushed over, looking extremely emotional as they bowed with their hands on their hearts. "You've returned." Only then did Lao Ku and the others return to their senses and hurriedly rush forward to greet Yang Kai. However, the group of demon kings soon noticed Yu Rumeng, who was being held in his arms, and they all swallowed nervously and dropped their gazes. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked around and smiled. "You are all back, too. And this king is perfectly fine, as you can see, so why don't you get back to your duties?" After saying that, he passed through the Great Hall and headed straight towards the residences, leaving the group of high-ranked demon kings looking at each other behind him. Every one of them were feeling extremely puzzled. Wasn't the great king being chased by the demon saints and half-saints? Why is he so leisurely getting? At the back of the crowd, a pair of empty eyes that seemed to have lost their light stared at Yang Kai's back before a cold gleam began burgeoning in their depths. "Oh!" Inside the room, Yang Kai threw Yu Ru Meng onto the bed before lunging forward under her surprised gaze and pressing her under his body. While supporting her head with one hand, he began kissing her again. At the same time, his other hand skillfully slid up her robes, past her lower abdomen and grabbed at her soft but supple peaks. She tried to speak several times, but every time she tried, his heavy breathing would cover her mouth. Gradually, a stream of heat that surged from her heart and her lower abdomen left her feeling more than a little delirious and distracted in arousal. Ripping sounds rang out next as he tore her clothes apart and threw them off the bed without even a second glance. It didn't take long before her perfect body was exposed to the air. Her fair and delicate skin was as exquisite as the finest porcelain. Her flat abdomen was without any excess fat. Her long and slender legs were unconsciously entangled together, and a single hand was covering her most intimate place. She seemed like she wanted to refuse slightly out of shyness but was also welcoming him at the same time. Her neck was flushed with a faint tinge of pink and even her delicate earlobes became red. Her beautiful eyes were like a disturbed pool of water and her breathing was anything but calm. In an instant, Yang Kai's own clothes quickly turned into a pile of ashes. Their fiery hot bodies entangled together, and they could feel each other's violent heartbeats. Yang Kai did not spend too much time on foreplay, but when he leaned down over her, a slender jade-white hand pressed against his chest to stop him from advancing further. Her beautiful eyes looked at him with a dreamy gaze, but there was an inexplicable pleading look in them. Their gazes met, and his expression was calm, but Yu Ru Meng could sense his assertiveness and determination, something that had never appeared before. Although they had been intimate with each other before now, they never actually took that last step because she would always control her emotions at the last moment every single time. However, this time was clearly different from the past. She couldn't tell exactly what was different, but she had a feeling that she would lose something precious if she repeated the same actions as she did in the past. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh before slowly retracting her delicate hand. Turning her head away slightly, she closed her eyes. Yang Kai did not hesitate whatsoever, thrusting forward and piercing the last barrier between them, instantly feeling himself being wrapped by a soft and moist warmth. A moan leaked out as Yu Ru Meng bit her red lips hard and clenched the bedsheets with her fists. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a distinct sense of coolness spreading out from his lower abdomen. It rushed straight into his mind, instantly shocking his knowledge sea and almost causing him to faint at that very moment. He hurriedly stabilized his mind as a trace of lingering fear appeared on his face. The turbulence in his knowledge sea had not stopped, though, and instead was becoming increasingly violent. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus was guarding his soul, so there was no need for him to worry about anything happening. All of a sudden, a huge force exploded in his knowledge sea and flooded it completely. Yang Kai could feel his spiritual energy growing at a terrifying speed. It almost seemed like there was no end to this growth and the rising force was threatening to explode his entire knowledge sea, frightening him with this realization. It was then that a soft, dreamy whisper entered his ears. Looking down, he saw a teardrop dotting the corner of Yu Ru Meng's eyes. However, it was accompanied by a beautiful smile on her face. Her red lips moved and strange-sounding syllables came out of her mouth to form a mysterious and heavenly melody, one that seemed to have some sort of profound effect. The sound seemed to transform into an invisible little hand that gently stroked his knowledge sea and slowly stabilized the turbulence it was experiencing. Meanwhile, his knowledge sea was still expanding. The explosive growth of his spiritual energy left him completely dumbfounded. Nevertheless, he gradually calmed down with the help of her heavenly melody and slowly began to enjoy the process. When Yang Kai broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm, he experienced great growth in his spiritual energy. However, that growth was nothing compared to what he was experiencing right now. He could never have imagined that he would obtain such a huge benefit when he passed through Yu Ru Meng's final barrier of defense. Although it was unexpected, it was well within reason. The primordial Yin of women with cultivation generally contained a peculiar power, and the stronger the woman was, the greater this power became. There were many secret arts in the world that borrowed this power to aid in cultivation, but secret arts that gathered Yin to supplement Yang were generally incredibly malicious. The women who were taken as dual cultivation cauldrons would usually suffer a tragic ending. The yin-yang joyous unification art cultivated by Yang Kai and Su Yan, on the other hand, was a far more profound technique. A secret art for dual cultivation which greatly benefited both parties when practiced. Therefore, the yin-yang joyous unification art could be considered to be an orthodox dual cultivation technique to a certain extent, not an evil technique. Yu Rumeng was a demon saint. Hence, the power of her primordial yin was absolutely terrifying. When the final barrier was torn, the primordial yin accumulated in her body throughout her lifetime was released all at once and then accepted by Yang Kai in turn. As a result, he experienced an astonishing growth in his spiritual energy. It was probably related to the fact that she was part of the Charm Demon clan. For that reason, the benefit he obtained from the power of her primordial yin was not channeled into his physical body but into his soul. His knowledge expanded continuously, but he didn't feel uncomfortable in any way. The dreamy whisper kept echoing in his ears, making his mental state more peaceful than ever. It was an extremely peculiar state that gave him a sense of longing and made him wish he could remain like this forever. Unfortunately, everything eventually comes to an end. When his knowledge had grown to more than 3 times its original size, Yang Kai found the rate of expansion slowed down greatly. At the same time, the whispering gradually subsided too. Due to the soul-warming lotus, his spiritual energy had always been beyond his current realm. He could sense that his soul cultivation was inferior to that of a half-saint's when he advanced to the Third-Order Emperor, but it was not something an ordinary Third-Order Emperor or high-rank Demon King could hope to compare with either. In contrast, he was currently far ahead of any half-saint when it came to spiritual energy. The only people in this world who had stronger spiritual energy than him were the Demon Saints and the Great Emperors. His explosive growth in spiritual energy allowed him to become even more sensitive to his surroundings, and he experienced a mysterious feeling that felt as though he had been reborn after shedding his former body. While he was checking out the changes in his body with some interest, he suddenly heard a soft moan in his ears. Only then did he return to his senses and look down. He saw Yu Rumeng looking at him with a bit of resentment. She had a shy and embarrassed expression on her face, and there was a trace of wetness at the corners of her eyes. When their gazes met, Yu Rumeng looked away, bit her red lips, and pinched Yang Kai hard around the waist. Yang Kai hissed in pain and lowered his body to kiss the tears staining the corners of her eyes. Afterwards, he gently began thrusting again. At this moment, the one lying under him was not one of the overwhelmingly powerful 12 demon saints, but a woman who had just suffered the trauma of experiencing her first time. Unlike him, who was well experienced in this field, she was a beautiful flower that was blooming brilliantly for the first time, thus she was truly tormented half to death. They did not leave the room for 3 consecutive days and nights, which was extremely ridiculous. It wasn't until a certain moment 3 days later that Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes inside the room filled with an ambiguous air. Yu Rumeng was lying on his chest with a head full of disheveled hair, looking like a kitten that had found the most comfortable and suitable position. Her breathing was steady, sleeping away deeply. This was extremely rare for a demon saint. With how high her cultivation was, she no longer needed to sleep. However, 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop passion had left her feeling absolutely exhausted, even more so than if she had fought a battle against another demon saint. Yang Kai's large hand gently stroked her smooth back while gazing down at the charming curve between her back and her bottom. Resisting the impulse in his heart, he quietly pulled himself out from under her body, dressed neatly, walked out of the room and came into the courtyard. There were small bridges with flowing water and rockery standing tall in the courtyard. Several unknown fruit trees were also planted there. They were in full bloom at this time with small pink flowers that were very pretty and lovely hanging from the branches. Yang Kai stood under a certain tree with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky with a lost gaze. I did it. Rumeng didn't stop me. Even though he had made love to her for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping, he could still barely believe it. I actually broke through her final layer of defense. I finally obtained her in her entirety. What Bailey Mo and Bright Moon mentioned to him had made him somewhat defensive towards Yu Rumeng. His attempt this time had been a kind of test. If she had continued to reject him, then he would have to reconsider his plans for the future. He never expected things to progress so smoothly. Could it be that Bailey Mo and Bright Moon were both wrong? A woman who was willing to have a taste of love and passion undoubtedly showed that she had no reservations towards him. She would never have used her virginity as a joke. In contrast, what surprised Xianxia was that his attitude had been so assertive at the time. That would have been impossible in the past. Before, he would not have forced her as long as she showed the slightest resistance. However, 3 days ago, he had been thinking that he was either going to possess her or they would have to go their separate ways. There had been no third possibility. It would seem that after undergoing demonification, his temperament had also experienced some changes. Fortunately, the influence was not too large, or he would have felt as though he had become another person. Chi, a soft sound rang out, accompanied by a shout that entered his ears. Die! A sharp energy came from behind at that moment. Xianxia immediately turned around, lifted his hand, and pinched his fingers together. A long sword shining with a cold light was caught between his fingers, just a palm's length away from his eyes. The owner of the long sword tried to pull the sword back vigorously but was unable to regain her weapon. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth and abandoned her weapon before striking at him with her palm. Emperor Qi surged and the fragrance of flowers overflowed. It was so enchanting that it didn't feel like a slender jade-white hand was stretching towards him, but rather that a flower was blooming before him. It was so beautiful that he wanted to drown himself in those petals. Stepping forward, though, he rushed into his opponent's attack range. The woman seemed startled and caught off guard. Xianxia grabbed her by her wrist, and with a surge of his demon qi, the other party instantly lost all power to resist. Then, he looked at the woman in front of him and sighed. He knew that life would become a little more difficult after he gained the Great Emperor's opportunity. Even so, he did not expect the first person to jump out and cause trouble for him to be Li Shiqing. At this moment, Li Shiqing's beautiful eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Xianxia with unbridled hatred. She, who was usually so weak and timid, was now showing an expression filled with murderous intent. With her longsword taken from her, her wrist being captured, and her Emperor Qi not responding to her, she couldn't break free of his hold whatsoever. Nevertheless, her other hand clenched into a fist without hesitation and slammed into his chest. While hammering away at him, she shouted through gritted teeth, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Xianxia looked at her calmly, allowing her to hammer her fist against his chest however she pleased. She was unable to use her Emperor Qi, so her violent hits felt no different from being tickled. A long while later, he finally asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" She glared at him furiously. "You killed the great emperor. I must seek revenge." "How did you know that I killed the great emperor?" "I saw it with my own eyes." He lowered his gaze and calmly replied, "What you see may not be the truth. I saw it. I saw you kill the great emperor." She suddenly burst into tears that streamed down her face. The moment she began crying, all her murderous aura vanished instantly, and she asked with red-rimmed eyes, "Why did you have to kill him? Why?" The fist she pounded against his chest no longer held any strength in them. If anybody who did not know the situation saw this, it would seem like they were flirting with each other rather than trying to murder one another. Xianxia had nothing to say. Why did I kill the great emperor? If I had known the other party I was attacking had been Bright Moon, I would never have killed him. Unfortunately, Bright Moon was gone, and it was useless to wonder about what-ifs now. In any case, Li Shiqing's reaction was normal. Anybody from the star boundary would try to kill him in an attempt to avenge Bright Moon after seeing such a scene. Not to mention, she was the disciple of Flower Shadow Great Emperor, so she held an even greater sense of responsibility and awareness compared to most ordinary people. Thus, Xianxia did not and would not blame her for acting like this. He only hated himself for being so weak that he couldn't protect Bright Moon at that time. The abnormal situation here quickly attracted Lao Ku and the others over. Most stared at the two of them with wide eyes, while Boya seemed to understand something and sighed involuntarily. Li Shiqing didn't seem like she would stop crying anytime soon, so Xianxia raised his hand and knocked her out, supporting her body before beckoning to Boya. "Take her away and look after her." Boya took the unconscious Li Shiqing without a word, simply picking her up and disappearing in a flash. "Disperse," Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively and returned to his own room. Pushing the doors open, he walked in and saw Yu Rumeng lying on her side on the big bed, her cheek leaning against her jade-white hand as she exuded a lazy air. She was not wearing any clothes and was simply covered with a thin layer of cloth, which vaguely highlighted her curvaceous figure. The sight of her made Yang Kai's blood pressure rise once more, but when their eyes met, she smilingly asked, "She wanted to kill you. Why did you let her go so easily? Why should I be bothered by her?" Yang Kai's gaze roamed all over Yu Rumeng's body as he climbed onto the bed and lay down behind her. He placed one hand around her waist, and the other began groping her with no trace of politeness whatsoever. She grabbed at his large hand that was being naughty and frowned. "Stop it. I can't bear it anymore." Turning a deaf ear to her words, he blew gently in her ears while breaking free of her restraints. He then cupped one of her peaks and began kneading roughly with a chuckle. "You are a demon saint. Your restorative ability can't be that bad, right? What the hell do you know?" She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nevertheless, she closed her eyes slightly and tilted her head back. "I want to stir up a little trouble." After saying that, he bit her on her shoulder, drawing a soft cry from her lips. Inside the room was an ambiguous aura, and a strange smell permeated the air. After their vigorous lovemaking, Yu Rumeng's unblemished body was covered in faint red marks. She lay on Yang Kai's broad chest like a kitten, her hair disheveled as she quietly murmured, "Smelly man, are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai stroked her round bottom and grinned widely. "If I can do this every single day, then it will really be satisfying." She raised her head abruptly, glared at him furiously, and hammered his chest with her fists. "In your dreams, this time is a special case. Don't even think about touching me again." "What?" His eyes widened at those words and the movement of his hands froze. He looked at her beautiful eyes miserably. "What does that mean?" "It means what it means." She lay back down again, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "It's not like you can't have me. I'll give you everything you want once you become the 13th demon saint of the demon realm." Yang Kai gasped, taking in a breath of cold air. Only the heavens know when that will be. After the transformation of the power in his body, he was still only a high-ranked demon king. There was still the half-saint realm before becoming a demon saint. Although it was only 2 realms, these 2 realms were the 2 most difficult to break through. It was even more difficult than all his efforts combined throughout his journey to becoming a high-ranked demon king. Yu Rumeng just snickered and said, "Well, that would depend on your efforts. Don't be like this." Yang Kai boldly reached his hands out to cup her face and asked seriously, "You're joking with me, right?" On the other hand, her expression was as stern as could be, and she said in a serious tone, "I am not joking. We hadn't reached this point before, so I didn't mind the little things you did. You were free to do whatever you wanted, but you are my man now. You need to have the qualifications to match up to me. I am a demon saint. Naturally, only another demon saint can stand beside me." Yang Kai fell silent. Although these words sounded very unpleasant to his ear, it was also the truth. As the man of a demon saint, it was disgraceful that his cultivation was too low. "Was killing Bright Moon a huge shock to you?" Yu Rumeng asked, looking at him. "He was a great emperor." He furrowed his eyebrows, "And I came from Star Boundary after all." Yu Rumeng continued, "If you didn't kill him, somebody else would have done it. From the moment he fell into the demon realm, it became impossible for him to escape this place. He was fated to die here. It is just like how the demon saints do not dare to enter the Star Boundary easily. If we were besieged by those great emperors there, I'm afraid we, too, would suffer." "Of course, I know that." He nodded lightly. "By the way, why did you suddenly undergo a complete demonification?" she asked curiously. Yang Kai had experienced a dissonance in his cultivation once before and gained demon essence back in Star Boundary, but his situation had not been that serious and the power in his body continued to be Emperor Qi. However, he had revealed extremely pure demon Qi when he called upon his power a few days ago. It was as though he was a real member of the demon race. "Speaking of this, I wanted to ask you something too." Yang Kai frowned deeply. "Back when I was on the run after obtaining the Great Emperor's opportunity, my chi began fluctuating. I had no choice but to return to Cloud Shadow Continent for my breakthrough. but when I was in the process. He briefly recounted everything strange that he experienced before, and after listening to his story, Yu Rumeng's expression changed greatly. Are you saying a strange shadow infiltrated your knowledge sea at the time of your breakthrough? That's right. That black shadow was very strange. There was practically no way to destroy it. I don't even know when it began lurking nearby. It sneaked into my knowledge sea in a moment of inattention. After I killed the black shadow, my entire knowledge sea was contaminated by demon essence and I became able to absorb demon chi after that. Accordingly, the power in my body also underwent earth-shaking changes. Yu Rumeng exclaimed in wonder. If it was impossible to destroy, then how did you kill it? He replied, I have raised some soul-devouring insects. So I relied on them to slowly grind it to death. Soul-devouring insects? Yu Rumeng exclaimed, shocked to learn that he was raising such dangerous insects. Just what was that black shadow? Xianxia asked. I can't say for sure. Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. Although I have a guess, I can't say for certain without actually seeing it for myself. You have a guess? She poked him in the chest and said, don't ask so many questions. You will slowly come to understand in the future. Before he could ask anything else, she gave him an annoyed look and changed the subject. Your luck really is heaven-defying. You obtained the great emperor's opportunity and broke through your bottleneck. Now, even your soul cultivation has skyrocketed, right? He grinned. Did you expect that to happen? She scoffed. Why did you think I've always stopped you in the past? I was afraid you might be unable to bear the pressure that the sudden explosive growth of your spiritual energy would bring. If not for how pitiful you looked, your dreams would have remained unfulfilled. Pitiful? How can you say that? Xianxia felt a little speechless at those words. Still, the benefits he received from her were unmistakable. Thus, he didn't bother to argue and instead pensively said, I can sense that not only has my soul grown a lot, but that it seems to have something else added to it. Yu Rumeng gently nodded. I am proficient in charm techniques, the innate divine abilities of my charm demon clan. Therefore, you will have greater resistance towards similar soul techniques in the future. Let me put it in this way, even if another demon saint or great emperor tried to use charm-type soul secret techniques on you, they would have a hard time succeeding. Xianxia's eyes brightened at those words. It's that great. Isn't that equivalent to receiving natural immunity? Even demon saints or great emperors will have a hard time succeeding, so those half-saints aren't even worth mentioning anymore. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of cold light flashed through his eyes. It was time to settle some old debts he was owed. She added, but it is only limited to charm-type soul secret techniques. It's better than nothing, he grinned. Are you going to avenge Bright Moon? The question came out of nowhere, causing both his body and smile to stiffen instantly. Just as he was about to speak, a delicate finger sealed his lips and Yu Rumeng continued, I didn't mean to deliberately spy on your memories. It's just that our divine senses blended together when you accepted my primordial Yin and I gained some insight into your thoughts and emotions. I learned that you were not sincere when you came to the demon realm with me. You probably came for Bright Moon's sake. Am I right? Hearing all this, his stiff body gradually relaxed. Since there was no point in him denying it anymore, he could only nod in response. That's right. I came to the demon realm to save Senior Bright Moon. Yu Rumeng immediately gritted her teeth and scolded. You tricked me. While speaking, a slender jade finger pressed against his chest. Demon chi fluctuated at the tip of the said finger and a dangerous aura spread out in an instant. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Are you going to kill me? To which Yu Rumeng spat equally bitterly. Did you think I couldn't bring myself to kill you? He sighed and slowly shook his head. Go ahead and do it then. After saying that, he closed his eyes as though waiting for the executioner's axe to fall. Yu Rumeng gnashed her teeth so hard that the sound was audible. The demon chi at the tip of her finger extended out, little by little, turning into a sharp blade that pierced his skin and flesh, heading straight towards his heart, causing golden blood to flow out. However, she suddenly stopped when it was only a finger's width from his heart. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at her triumphantly before rolling over and pressing her body under his, ignoring the blood flowing out of his chest as he laughed out loud. I knew you couldn't do it. Yu Rumeng might be a demon saint, but she was also a woman. she would certainly hold some special feelings towards the first man to possess her. Not to mention, they were shackled by the heart seal's secret technique, so how could she really bear to kill him? While Yang Kai was speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Yu Rumeng on her plump lips, but soon, he raised his head again with a look of pain. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. She had bit his tongue so hard that it was bleeding. Was lying to me fun? She looked at him coldly, turning hostile from passionate as fast as one could turn the pages of a book, causing him to be quite at a loss for what to do. He covered his mouth and mumbled, "Still, you didn't have to bite. You asked for it." She snorted coldly, "I told you. Don't even think about touching me again in the future." "You were being serious?" He was flabbergasted. "Did you think I was joking around with you?" She lifted a leg and kicked him aside. Her clothes flew towards her body the moment she rolled over and stood up, and by the time he recovered from his shock, she was almost fully dressed. Her well-rounded chest was rising and falling violently, making it obvious that she was still feeling aggrieved. Glancing sideways at him, she asked, "Let me ask you this, does your loyalty lie with the demon realm or the star boundary?" This question was too pointed, so Yang Kai fell silent for some time before asking, "What will you do if my loyalty lies with the demon realm? And what will you do if my loyalty lies with the star boundary?" "If your loyalty lies with the demon realm, then everything will remain as before. I will do my best to help you become the 13th demon saint. But if your loyalty lies with the star boundary, then I will have nothing to do with you from now onward." He gave a bitter laugh. "Will you believe me if I tell you that my loyalty lies with the demon realm?" If she had not seen into his thoughts and memories, his word would not have been an issue. However, it was impossible for her to believe him after the merging of their divine senses, so she scowled deeply and stated, "You have completely undergone demonification, and the power in your body has also been converted into demon chi. Even if you do return to the star boundary, will you still be accepted there? Why do you have to be so stubborn?" To which Yang Kai slowly shook his head and replied solemnly, "The power in my body does not define me. Cultivators only care for what lies in our hearts. As long as my conscience is clear, there's no need for me to fear the heavens." Yu Rumeng was dumbfounded by his words. Seeing her dumbstruck, Yang Kai quickly struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Rumeng, why don't you help me instead? I'm sure I'll be even more powerful with your help. You don't need me to tell you about the situation in the demon realm, as I'm sure you're already well aware of it. This world is dying, the continents are slowly disappearing, and in addition, the territory gates are all becoming unstable. The demon realm will collapse one day, so the demon race can only completely occupy the star boundary as their current solution to this problem. But the star boundary won't fall so easily. The battle will only end up destroying both sides. Both great worlds will experience heavy casualties and devastation in the end." Yu Rumeng closed her eyes and shook her head. "That is an unavoidable outcome. The ending was determined from the moment the two worlds' passage opened. Between the demon realm and the star boundary, only one side will survive.